Chapter 568. Mount Olympus. Zeus closed his eyes on his dazzling throne in the palace. Are you not going to watch any more? Hermes held an exquisite golden harp in his arms, his fingers carelessly plucking the strings. Kronos has been hit by Hercules' arrow. This arrow has been soaked in the poisonous blood of the Hydra. Unless he is a god, he will not be able to escape death. The Hydra's poisonous blood was ineffective against a god. At most, it would cause him some pain. Since Poseidon did not intervene, there is nothing to watch. Mortals always think that we are watching, but even a god does not have a reason to be so busy. Zeus looked at the thick clouds, which were permeated with red. There is more and more blood in the war. Even the clouds are red. Respectable father, according to your plan, there is not much blood. Hermes, you are right. But recently, everything has been going smoothly. The news of the death of the Greeks has reached Greece. Many cities have decided to send more troops or participate in the war. Zeus raised his golden wine cup and drank it in one gulp. Everything is good. Everything will be as you wish, Almighty Lord God. Hermes said with a smile. Troy Palace. Poseidon escorted Kronos back to the palace. At this time, Kronos was already on a bed. The best doctor in the palace had been invited to treat him. At this moment, even if Kronos was made of iron, he could only lie on the bed and groan in pain. In such a short period of time, his wound had already started to fester. It was clear that the poison on the arrow was very strong. The doctor used many medicines, many of which were secret medicines of the palace. But they could not stop Kronos' wound from worsening, let alone treat it. King Priam, we have tried our best. The poison in King Kronos' body is too strong. It does not seem like a poison of this world. This kind of poison can only be treated by a god. If not, it will be very difficult to stop the wound from worsening. An older doctor said. Priam nodded his head heavily, thanking the doctor for his help. The few doctors bid farewell to Priam with helpless expressions. It was not that they did not want to treat Kronos, but they did not have the ability to do so. Paris, how did King Kronos get injured? Priam asked Poseidon, who was standing by the side. Father, the king of Kronos was ambushed by someone called Philoctetes. Poseidon said. Damn Greeks, but isn't Kronos invulnerable? How did you get injured by the arrow? Father, invulnerability is only relative. Even King Kokkonos could not resist the weapons of God. This is Hercules' bow and arrow soaked in the venomous blood of the Hydra. It broke through the invulnerable skin of King Kokkonos. Although it was only a scratch, the poison had already spread to the body. Although Hercules has been soaked in the venomous blood of the Hydra for a long time and the toxicity has decreased, it is still not something we can cure. Perhaps Poseidon will grant us grace. As Poseidon said this, he felt a chill in his heart. In history, Paris' final death was due to the arrow of Hercules. However, at that time, he could still carry Paris to Mount Ida and struggle for a long time before dying. Perhaps the toxicity had decreased further. No wonder. If we knew that the Greeks had this hidden card, perhaps Kronos would not have been ambushed. Priam said sadly. Now we can only wait for Poseidon's grace. He is the son of Poseidon. I believe that Poseidon will grant him grace and cure him. If something happened to Kronos in Troy, it would be a heavy blow to his morale. King Priam would do his best to save Kronos. At this moment, a man rushed in. It was the priest that Priam had sent to the temple of Poseidon to offer sacrifices. He bowed and said, King, after we offered sacrifices, the temple of Poseidon did not respond. How could this be? King Priam's eyes narrowed. This was the son of Poseidon. Were all the gods this cold? However, he could only think this in his heart and did not dare to say it out loud. Poseidon was clear that the appearance of Kronos had severely damaged the balance between the two sides. The gods would not allow him to continue living, but he could not say it out loud either. Don't waste your energy. I went against my father's will and came to participate in this battle. Last time, my father had already warned me to use the wind and waves to blow me back. But this time, I have come again. There is only one result for me, and that is death. Kronos seemed to have understood and said softly. When everyone heard Kronos' words, they felt a wave of sadness. He was once such a brave and fierce hero, but now he could only lie on the bed and breathe his last. Is there no better way? Murmured Priam. Father, Apollo is the god of medicine. Perhaps we can try going to the temple. Hector, who had been quiet all this while, said. Apollo had always been protecting Troy. This was something that everyone knew. In addition, Apollo was the god of medicine. Everyone had the thought of trying a desperate situation. Then please invite the priests to the Apollo temple to offer sacrifices. We will offer a bull and gold, Priam said. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would not give up. It's useless, Pei Yun thought to himself and sighed. Kronos was definitely going to die. This was the will of the god. No matter how many bulls and gold they offered, it would be of no use. Kronos, who was lying on the bed, seemed to understand his own fate. He struggled and said, King Priam, Prince Paris, my Corona kingdom, my son is still young. He cannot deal with the current situation. The Greeks will take revenge. As Kronos spoke, his voice became softer and softer. He did not even have the strength to speak. In such a short period of time, the once powerful hero had become so weak. The power of this poison caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. If anyone was on the battlefield and was shot by Philoctetes, wouldn't they face the same fate as Kronos? Was the blood of the nine-headed snake so poisonous? At this point, Pei Yun walked over to Kronos's bedside and said loudly, King Kronos, my ally, my friend, I know what you are worried about. Don't worry, I will do my best to protect your son and your city. I will not let the Greeks destroy it. Pei Yun said firmly. Kronos was an ally of Troy. In history, his family and city were destroyed by the Greeks. But now, he had to work hard to change his fate. Kronos was already dead and would not ruin the script. He did not believe that Poseidon would not care for his son and grandson. Indeed, as soon as he said this, a small plum blossom appeared and quickly enlarged. It became a transparent information interface with a faint sense of light. Mission: protect the city of Corona and Kronos' son, incomplete. Hearing this, Kronos revealed a gratified smile. With these words from Prince Paris, he could feel at ease. He could see that Prince Paris' words were sincere. After fighting side by side many times, he knew that Prince Paris had the power to do so. Prince Paris, you really are my most respected friend. Now, my pain is unbearable and there is no cure. Please help me end this painful life. After saying this, he closed his eyes and waited for the pain to end. Kronos' request made Pei Yun's heart flutter. Kronos was a very powerful hero. It could be said that his power alone was equivalent to that of several heroes like Menelaus. If he helped him end his pain, he could also harvest the power of his bloodline. This was the son of Poseidon, after all. This would be very beneficial to him. Just as he was about to move, he saw a shadow waving at him from the corner of his eye. Pei Yun's heart skipped a beat. He stopped in his tracks and said, King Kronos, don't give up so easily. There are still people in the temple of Apollo who have yet to return. I will go to the entrance of the palace now and see if the priest who went to the temple of Apollo has returned. Pei Yun said as he walked out of the room. When he came to the shadow of the pillar, he saw the mysterious woman standing there, as if she had been waiting for him. The mysterious woman was still wearing a long black robe. Her face was covered by a veil. Everyone who passed by ignored her and could not see her at all. Although Pei Yun was suspicious of her identity, he could not confirm it. He bowed respectfully and said, Respected lady, we meet again. The mysterious woman said, Paris, there is no need to look at the temple of Apollo. Kronos has gone against the will of the god. Apollo will not go against the gods for a mere mortal. Poseidon did not want to save him, and Apollo will not either. He is already dead. But just now, did you want to agree to Kronos' request and kill him? Poseidon nodded and heard the mysterious woman say, "Do you know the consequences of killing a son of God?" The consequences of killing a son of God? Poseidon thought for a moment and was suddenly reminded by the mysterious woman's words. In Greek mythology, anyone who killed the son of a god, as long as they were not a god, would suffer terrible retribution. There were no exceptions. Those who killed the son of Zeus and the son of Poseidon would die a horrible death. Only Austin, who was usually a bystander, would be able to live. In the Battle of Troy, not only must one's strength not be conspicuous, one must also not stain their hands with blood. Not only the Son of God, but also those who were favored by the god. If they killed the Son of God, they would have offended the gods. If they offended too many of them, they would definitely die. Poseidon's heart skipped a beat. The fog of the Battle of Troy dissipated, but he could not avoid being stained with blood. Not only did he have to be stained with blood, he had to be stained with more blood than others. Only then would he be able to increase his strength. He mumbled, "But this was a hidden arrow shot by Philoctetes. There is no way to heal it, and this was Kronos' request." Chapter 569. The mysterious lady was still shrouded in a shadow. She calmly said, "Do you think that Poseidon will listen to your reason and forgive you?" Poseidon fell silent. He knew that what the mysterious lady said was the truth. The gods would never forgive someone who killed their own children, regardless of whether it was voluntary or not. Paris looked. Originally, Philoctetes could have lived well, but ever since he shot an arrow at Kronos, fate has thrown him a death chip. Philoctetes can no longer return home. He can only go to the realm of Hades. Hercules, a new god who has just ascended to godhood and has not been accepted by Mount Olympus, will not be able to protect him. Poseidon's eyes flashed. In the original script and history, Philoctetes had successfully returned to his hometown. But now, indeed, the mysterious lady was right. When Philoctetes used his bow and arrow to injure Kokkinos, the countdown to his life had also started. "Prince Paris, let me give you a piece of advice. Do not commit the sin of killing the Son of God. If you do, death will take your life," the mysterious lady said. At this point, the priest who was heading towards the Apollo temple hurried over. Poseidon stopped him. "Priest, what was the result of the trip to the Apollo temple?" Unfortunately, Prince Paris, there was no response from the Apollo temple. Although he knew that this would be the result, Poseidon's heart was still heavy. He was worried about the misfortune of Kronos and the coldness of the gods. "Priest, I still have to thank you for your efforts," Poseidon said as he turned around to look at the shadow of the pillar. The mysterious lady had already disappeared. Did she come here just to stop me from killing Kronos? Poseidon thought to himself. I don't think so. She just saw that I wanted to follow the wishes of Kronos and kill him. She took the opportunity to stop me. If that's the case, why did she come to the palace of Troy? Poseidon was deep in thought as he entered the palace with the priestess. Kronos, who was lying on his bed, looked at Poseidon and the priestess walking in. He suddenly understood that the Apollo shrine had not found anything either. He lay on the bed and slowly raised his hands. Using the last of his strength, he said in a hoarse voice, "Great Poseidon, my father, I went against your will and came here. I have received the fate of death. This is my sin. Please remember that I am your son and give the people who hurt me and the Greeks the same blow. Please take care of my son, your grandson." After saying that, Kronos picked up the sword beside him and killed himself. At the moment of suicide, everyone heard a heavy sigh. Poseidon watched as Kronos committed suicide. Just as his soul was about to enter Hades' domain, an invisible light flashed and Kronos' soul was taken away. He knew that Poseidon had personally intercepted his son's soul and brought it back. Seeing Kronos lying on the bed with his eyes wide open, Priam closed his eyes and ordered a servant, "Go clean up King Kronos and change into clean clothes. Go to the temple of Poseidon and build a pile of firewood. This will make it easier to cremate Kronos." Poseidon couldn't do anything about the ending that the gods had arranged for him. He could only do what he had to do. Seeing that everyone was silent and the atmosphere was filled with sadness, he spoke to King Priam, "Father, tomorrow I will take revenge for King Kronos. If I can kill Philoctetes, then I will go to the Corona kingdom and protect Kronos' son and his city. I will stop the Greeks from taking revenge. Paris, there are still many heroes among the Greeks. Philoctetes' bow is the divine bow left behind by Hercules. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to defeat him tomorrow." Priam expressed his concern. "Father, I will need brother Hector and the other Trojan heroes to help me," Poseidon said. "That won't be a problem. However, if you can't defeat him, don't force it," King Priam said. "All right, father. I will do my best and not let anyone worry." When Poseidon finished speaking, he raised both of his hands and prayed, "O great Poseidon, please listen to my voice. I will seek revenge on the murderer of Kronos. I hope that you will protect me and allow me to kill Philoctetes." Poseidon prayed and said, "Kronos is my friend. Please allow me to bury him with the most expensive fragrant oil and gold." As he said this, he ordered a servant to retrieve it. When everyone saw this, they sighed. The servants cleaned up Kronos and changed him into new clothes. They then used the fragrant oil that Prince Paris had brought to smear his body. They then placed Kronos' body on a stretcher and carried him out. Poseidon followed King Priamus and the others to the cremation table, where they observed the process quietly. The cremation platform was built by the palace craftsmen using flammable wood. It was a meter tall and was surrounded by piles of flammable wood. The servants carried the stretcher to the cremation platform and placed Kronos' body on it. Kronos lay quietly on the platform, as if he had fallen asleep. Not far from the cremation platform was the temple of Poseidon. The priests stood in front of the altar and prayed, "Mighty Poseidon, please bring your son Kronos back to heaven and continue to protect him." After the ceremony was over, everyone gathered around the cremation table and silently prayed, recalling the memory of this great hero, Kronos, and reminiscing about everything. King Priam said in a loud voice, "O great and good Kronos, you are so kind and righteous, and yet the wretched Greeks have taken your life. We are determined to avenge you, and may your soul rest in peace. We also hope that your father will protect you forever, the mighty Poseidon." As the king finished speaking, someone raised a torch and lit the cremation platform. The fire raged and engulfed the entire cremation platform in an instant. After some time, all that was left was a pile of ashes. The king ordered people to put the ashes in a porcelain jar. "Kronos, I will avenge you and send your ashes back to your homeland, the kingdom of Corona," Poseidon said loudly. As soon as he said this, a small plum blossom appeared in front of him. It grew bigger and bigger until it became a transparent information interface. Mission: kill Philoctetes and avenge Kronos, incomplete. Greek camp. In contrast to the situation in Troy, the Greek camp was currently in a celebratory feast. The princes were celebrating Philoctetes' performance today, and were cheering for him. All the princes and heroes of the Greek army were gathered at the banquet. Everyone was eating and drinking to their heart's content. Agamemnon personally filled Philoctetes' cup with wine. He raised his own cup and toasted Philoctetes before draining it in one gulp. He then said, "Dear Philoctetes, I will say this once more. Due to our foolishness, we abandoned you on the Isle of Calvary. However, this was also God's wish. Please do not be angry with us. For these things we have already received God's punishment." As he finished speaking, Agamemnon clapped his hands. A servant led the women, horses and treasures up. "Now that you have killed Kronos, you have solved our greatest problem. Please accept our gift. Here are 7 Trojan women, 20 horses, and 12 tripod cauldrons. I hope you will like them. I sincerely invite you to stay with me in my tent." Agamemnon sincerely apologized to Philoctetes and presented him with treasures and gift. This caused Philoctetes' last bit of resentment to disappear without a trace. Philoctetes replied, "Great Commander Agamemnon, what are you saying? I am no longer angry with you, Agamemnon, or anyone else." "Good." Agamemnon laughed heartily as he stood up. His body was swaying as if he had drunk too much. He once again filled Philoctetes' cup with wine and raised his own cup. He said, "Come, for our friendship, and for the victory of this war." Philoctetes also picked up his cup and drained it in one gulp. "Philoctetes, what do you think our chances of winning are?" Agamemnon threw out an extremely difficult question. "Commander Agamemnon, I feel that Troy has no strong heroes other than Kronos. Our chances of winning this time are very high." "Oh? Really?" Agamemnon obviously didn't expect Philoctetes to be so confident. "Yes. The only ones who are slightly stronger are probably Hector and Prince Paris. I saw Paris kill a few of our heroes today. I originally planned to ambush him with arrows, but he blocked them all. When we fight tomorrow, I will find an opportunity to kill him," Philoctetes said. "That's great. You have to know that Paris is the culprit who caused this war," Agamemnon said happily as he raised his cup again. The atmosphere of the banquet was lively and intense. Everyone toasted each other. On Mount Olympus, Athena, the protector of the Greeks, looked at the gloomy Poseidon and shook her head secretly. She thought to herself, "Greeks, Poseidon has sacrificed a son. Even though he is your enemy, you have to express your sorrow and offer sacrifices to Poseidon. But you are celebrating. Because of this, tomorrow you will not only lose Philoctetes, but you will also lose many lives. The gods and fate have already determined that you will receive a heavy blow tomorrow. Even the divine bow left behind by Heracles will be lost because it has broken the balance and will quickly break through Troy. As for Prince Paris, it seems that he has gained some favor from Poseidon. No wonder he buried his son and protected his allies' city and young son. Prince Paris has always been doing things that the gods like, but this cannot change your fate. Because you have offended Hera, your final fate has been decided. But your actions will allow you to gain some goodwill from the gods before you reach your death." Chapter 570. The banquet of the Greek army lasted for a long time. Everyone only left after they were full. This banquet to celebrate Philoctetes injuring Coconus had swept away the dark clouds that hung over the Greek army and raised the morale of the army. After the meeting was over, Carcass stood beside Austin and watched Philoctetes back as he walked away. He was a little dispirited. "I feel a little guilty about Philoctetes," he said. Austin did not seem to understand Calchas' words and asked, "Honorable Prophet Calchas, what do you feel guilty about?" Calchas glanced at Odysseus and said, "King Odysseus of Itachi, the wise man favored by God. Do I still need to say this? You should understand." "Honorable Calchas, how stupid I am. I do not understand what you mean," Austin said. Although he knew very well in his heart, he still expressed that he really did not understand anything. Calchas looked at him again, shook his head, and said, "King Odysseus of Itacic, you are too good at disguising yourself. Although Philoctetes was abandoned by you on a deserted island and lived a hard life, at least his life was not in danger and he could still return to his hometown in the future. Now that he has killed Kronos, the son of the great Poseidon, do you think he can still return to his hometown of Oda? Philoctetes only had his friend Hercules to protect him, but a person who had just become a god could not fight against Poseidon. So when Philoctetes left the deserted island, his fate was already sealed." Austin did not say anything. He could not change Calchas' opinion, and he did not want to offend Hercules. However, He had offended Philoctetes too much, and he could only be at peace with death. Also, asking him to come to Troy to help the Greeks deal with Caucasus was God's idea. It had nothing to do with him. Calchas looked at Austin's expression and understood his thoughts. He said, "Austin, you will not have any friends like this." After saying this, he turned and left without another word. Austin stood where he was and did not speak for a long time. Missed Philoctetes trudged forward in the gray fog. He didn't know why he was there or how long he had walked, but he felt that the fog was endless. Just as he was about to give up, the fog dissipated, and his eyes suddenly opened up. Looking up, Philoctetes was shocked to find that this was his hometown of Mount Oda, which he had yearned for day and night. How did he return to his hometown? Although Philoctetes missed home, he knew that he was in the middle of a campaign against Troy and it wasn't the right time to return. Now that he had returned to his hometown, Philoctetes decided to go back and take a look. He started walking in the direction of Mount Oda, but after walking for a long time, the distance between him and Mount Oda did not shorten, but instead felt like it was getting further and further away. Philoctetes couldn't help but panic. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. However, he didn't give up and continued walking forward. Just as he took a step forward, the scene in front of him changed again. An empty space appeared in front of him, and on the empty space was a pile of firewood. What made him even more surprised was that his friend Hercules was standing in the middle of the pile of firewood. "Hercules, my dear friend, haven't you become a god? Why are you still on Mount Oda?" Philoctetes asked. Hercules didn't answer Philoctetes and continued to stand in the middle of the pile of firewood. Suddenly, the firewood burst into flames, and Hercules stood in the middle of the burning pile, not moving an inch. Philoctetes was a little anxious. With such a big fire, he couldn't be burned to death. He shouted Hercules' name, but Hercules still didn't move. After a while, a storm came out of nowhere. Although the firewood wasn't extinguished, there was seawater everywhere. At this time, Hercules, who was covered in flames, suddenly said to Philoctetes, "My friend Philoctetes, I will come to pick you up." Philoctetes was startled and woke up. He found himself still in the tent. He was a hero who had experienced hundreds of battles, and he felt that this was a bad omen. Who sent me a dream? What does he want to tell me? What does Hercules want to say? I should find a prophet, especially Calchas. He will answer my questions. But at this time, the sky was already bright, and there was a commotion outside. It sounded like the Trojans were attacking the camp again. Preposterous, Philoctetes thought. A few days ago, he killed Caucasus. He thought that the Trojans would be quiet for a long time, but he didn't expect that not long after, they would attack the camp again. Thinking of this, Philoctetes couldn't sit still anymore. He got up and put on his clothes. Just as he left the tent, he saw a group of soldiers with weapons running towards the entrance of the camp. Philoctetes picked up his weapon and rushed to the entrance with the soldiers. At this time, the Trojans had already attacked the camp, but because they didn't have Caucasus, they didn't enter deep into the camp, and the situation wasn't as dangerous as last time. This time, both sides were fighting fiercely, and they were in a stalemate. Philoctetes found his friend Cleodorus on the battlefield and said, "Hey, my honorable friend Cleodorus, I will shoot arrows from the back at the despicable Trojans. Do you want to help me get the arrows?" "My pleasure." Of course, he was willing to help Philoctetes deliver the arrows. After all, fighting with a spear on the battlefield was risky, but helping Philoctetes to deliver the arrows was a very low risk. So he didn't even think about it before agreeing to Philoctetes' request. "You're right." Philoctetes took an arrow from Cleodorus, nocked it, drew his bow, and aimed at a Trojan decurion on the battlefield. Whoosh! The arrow flew at an extremely fast speed towards the decurion who was fighting with all his might. Pfff. The decurion didn't expect an arrow to fly into the battlefield. The arrow hit the decurion's throat, killing him in one shot. Philoctetes' face revealed a proud smile, obviously very satisfied with the results of his archery. Not long after, he took another arrow from Cleodorus, nocked it, and shot an arrow at the unguarded Trojan decurion in the distance. Pfff. Yet another arrow pierced the decurion's eye socket. The decurion didn't die immediately, but rolled on the ground in pain. His condition was unbearable to look at. Just like that, Philoctetes relied on the power of his bow and arrow to kill more than 10 Trojan decurions on the battlefield. This caused the Trojans to be in a state of chaos. Paezion noticed that something was amiss, but because he was far away, he didn't rush over. At this point, he held a bronze sword in his hand and carried a bow and arrow on his back. He sped towards Philoctetes. Just as he reached the area, Philoctetes noticed him. Philoctetes had a deep impression of Prince Paris, who had killed several heroes from the Greek alliance. Now that he had discovered Paezion, how could he let him go? "My dear friend, quickly pass me the poison arrow. I want to kill that despicable Paris. He is the source of all this chaos." Philoctetes didn't always shoot arrows that were soaked in the poisonous blood of the Hydra. Against the decurions and centurions, he only used ordinary arrows. Now that he had seen Paris, he wanted to use the poison arrow. However, just as he shouted, he heard a muffled groan. Philoctetes turned his head and saw that Cleodorus, who had been handing him the poison arrow, had an arrow stuck in his shoulder. He couldn't help but fly into a rage. This despicable prince of Troy had actually shot the arrow first and injured his friend. Philoctetes swore that he would never let this despicable prince Paris off. Cleodorus was hit by the arrow and retreated slightly, using his spear to protect himself from being shot again. Although Cleodorus had taken decisive measures to protect himself, he had underestimated the power of Paris' archery. Shio! Another arrow pierced through the air, flying towards Cleodorus. Cleodorus discovered that the spear in his hand was completely useless. This arrow was too fast, and he could only watch as the arrow entered his heart. Pooh! Fresh blood flowed out from where Cleodorus' heart was. In an instant the ground was dyed red. His body fell heavily to the ground. One arrow killed a life, its power was terrifying. Philoctetes saw everything that had happened and was furious. He never thought that Prince Paris would be able to kill his friend right under his nose. He picked up the poison arrow and knocked it on his bow. He drew the bowstring and shouted, "Go to hell, Paris!" The arrow shot out with a whoosh. Its speed was extremely fast, and it shot towards Paezion like a bolt of lightning. Paezion had just killed Cleodorus, who was passing the arrow to Philoctetes, and was already on guard against Philoctetes' arrow. At this point, the arrow came flying towards him. He shifted half his body, narrowly avoiding Philoctetes' poison arrow. However, Paezion didn't want to give Philoctetes a second chance. He quickly drew his bow and shot the arrow back. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, without any hindrance. Pooh! The arrow hit Philoctetes in between his eyebrows. At this point, his face was filled with shock, as if he couldn't believe that Prince Paris' archery skills had surpassed his own. Purring! Philoctetes' corpse fell to the ground, smashing into the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise. According to the rules of this era, the murderer could strip the dead of their armor and weapons, especially the divine bow of Hercules. Paezion still remembered that it was this bow that had taken Prince Paris's life. He immediately rushed forward to snatch it. Several Greeks roared in anger, and were about to rush forward when Paezion raised his spear and killed several of them. He then carried the corpses to the chariot. Killing Philoctetes is already a reward. I don't want to return the godly bow. Paezion thought to himself and raised his hand in gratitude. Gods, thank you. Kronos, look, I have avenged you. Chapter 571. Die. Paezion blocked the spear of a Greek decurion in front of him, piercing his chest. Fresh blood flowed down the shaft of the spear from his heart. Then, Pei Zi-yun turned around like a gust of wind and stabbed his spear into the throat of the Greek who had pounced on him. A cloud of blood spurted out, leaving behind a deep hole. "Prince Paris, be careful!" the slaves behind shouted. 2 Greeks shouted, their spears stabbing forward and backward. Pei Zi-yun turned around and smashed the spear with his spear. The powerful force immediately knocked the spear away. Then, he stabbed again and killed the Greek. Another Greek roared, knowing that it was too late to retract his spear, so he stabbed again. Naive. Pei Zi-yun pulled back the handle of his spear and hit the man's chest heavily. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down. The slaves rushed forward and killed the man. The surroundings suddenly became empty. At this time, the slaves had placed Philoctetes on the chariot, connected to Hercules' bow and arrows. This divine bow could only be held in one's own hands, because in the original history, Paris had died under this divine bow. Retreat, return to Troy immediately. He had killed 2 heroes in a row and even snatched Hercules' bow and arrow. Pei Zi-yun did not hesitate and immediately shouted. Mount Olympus at the foot of the mountain, Hercules watched the battle in the Greek camp with a sullen face. He already knew the fate of his good friend Philoctetes. Last night, Hercules had told him through a dream that Philoctetes would pick him up. When he saw Paris shoot Philoctetes to death, veins popped out on Hercules' forehead, and he roared, "Paris, you will die by arrows just like Philoctetes." However, he did not get up immediately because Heracles had already ascended to godhood. He understood that Philoctetes had killed Poseidon's son, Kronos. Poseidon's wrath had already changed Philoctetes' line of fate. Now, he was merely borrowing Paris's hand to kill Philoctetes. However, what Prince Paris did next completely infuriated him. Paris dared to take away the bow that Hercules had given to Philoctetes. Hercules was furious. "Paris, you are courting death." As he said this, he stood up and was about to descend to kill Paris. "You can't go," a voice rang out. The voice was so intimidating that even Hercules, who had just become a god, felt a wave of fear. Then, a golden light flashed in front of him, and a young man with a longbow on his back appeared. Apollo, the god of long-range shooting, saw Heracles' actions and stood up to stop him. When Hercules was alive, he had dealt with Apollo, but at that time, he did not have a deep impression of him. Now that he had become a god, he could truly feel the power of Apollo. Apollo was one of the 12 main gods of Mount Olympus, and he was indeed much more powerful than himself. Hercules was furious, but he suppressed his anger. "Apollo, are you going to stop me? Just for this mortal?" Heracles' tone was stiff. If it was not Apollo but a low-ranking god, he might have ignored him and acted directly. This hero was self-centered, and anyone who dared to disobey him would be killed. He was known for his jealousy. When he was a teenager, he killed his teacher, Apollo's son, the white-haired Linos, because of a trivial matter. And during the last attack on Troy, because Termon had taken the lead, Hercules felt that his friend had surpassed him. He was angry, anxious, and jealous. He drew his sword and wanted to kill his friend Termon, who was in front of him. If it were not for Termon's quick-wittedness, he would have immediately knelt down and said, "I will build an altar here for the victor, Hercules." Only then would he have been spared. One could imagine what this person's character was like. But now Apollo did not care and sneered, "Hercules, you were once a mortal, and with the permission of fate, you have become a god. But in Mount Olympus you still do not have a divine position. I once offered a sacrifice to Prince Paris and promised that I would save you once. You can't kill him just because of that. And at that time you were blessed by fate. Many gods did not want to go against fate to avoid the danger of falling into a deep sleep, so they allowed you to be presumptuous. Now, although you have become a god, you have lost the blessing of fate. Do you still want to defy me and become my enemy?" Apollo said disdainfully. Hercules was the son of Zeus, which was not a big deal. Hermes, the goddesses of vengeance, Hecate, Hestia, and Dionysus, who could not kill him. Even Calypso and Hebe would do. But at that time, fate was predetermined, so Hercules could run amok, repeatedly clashing with the gods without being severely punished. But now, Hercules' status and power had increased, but he had lost the protection of fate, and the consequences of offending the gods were immediately revealed. Think about it. How many sons of gods had Hercules killed, and how many gods had he directly clashed with when carrying out the 12 merit? That was why Hera was able to drive Heracles out of Olympus immediately after he ascended to godhood and married Hebe to him in accordance with fate. He did not even have a real godhood. Fate did not say that Hercules should have a divine position. Strictly speaking, Hercules was an immortal with divine power, but he was a demigod without authority. Seeing Hercules' ashen face, Apollo took a deep breath. After all, Hercules had already ascended to godhood and was now a member of the immortal race. Of course, the most important thing is, Apollo said. Look at the gods. They always act through the hands of mortals. They rarely kill mortals directly. Have you ever thought about this? Hearing Apollo's words, Hercules' anger gradually subsided, and he fell into silence. During his time on Mount Olympus, Hercules had seen the gods act through the hands of mortals, but they did not directly intervene in the affairs of mortals. Not to mention, recently, Poseidon had used Paris to kill his good friend Philoctetes. Hercules had never delved into the deeper level of the reason, but now it seemed that it was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Could it be that directly intervening in the affairs of mortals could easily cause a conflict between the gods? Hercules thought. He shook off the thoughts in his mind, but did not take the next step. Hercules knew that since Apollo had stopped him, at least this time, Apollo would not let him hurt Paris. It seemed that to avenge his friend, he would have to think long and hard about it. Apollo, I can promise you that I will not directly attack Paris this time, but my bow and arrows must be returned, Hercules said. Sure. Hercules wanted his bow and arrows back. This was a matter of course, and Apollo immediately agreed. Hercules, as for your anger, I believe that our father, the great Zeus, will allow it. Main hall. After the gods saw Kakinos pull out his sword and commit suicide, they looked at each other. There was a brief silence. Rather than saying that Kakinos had committed suicide, it was more accurate to say that he had been killed by Philoctetes. Without that fatal arrow, Kakinos would not have chosen this path. Looking at the angry Poseidon, no god would choose to speak at this time. If they were not careful, they might offend Poseidon. Poseidon was not a low-ranking god. On Mount Olympus, his status was second only to Zeus. Like Hades, no god dared to offend him. When Paris killed Philoctetes and brought Hercules' bow and arrows back to Troy, the gods began to whisper. Paris has obtained Hercules' bow and arrows. Has he escaped his original fate? Athena watched the gods discuss. She knew that only Zeus would speak up at this time, and how Paris would deal with it depended on Zeus' attitude. She stood up and said, Now, let us hear what our great father has to say. As she said this, she parted the clouds in the middle, revealing a scene in the lower realm. Trojan Pallas. Philoctetes' corpse was placed in the middle of the field. His armor had been stripped off, but he was still wearing clothes. Many people surrounded him and said, Kakinos, look, your enemy Philoctetes is dead. Pei-Yun listened quietly in the hall. King Kakinos was so brave. Who would have thought that he would be ambushed by this despicable Greek and end up like this? An elder of Troy lamented. Kakinos' body was invulnerable, yet he could not block a small poison arrow. The poison arrow of this hydra is too strong. Luckily, we have already taken the bow. Prince Troilus of Troy sighed. He was more and more impressed with his brother, Prince Paris. No matter how strong a human is, he cannot resist the cruelty of fate. A white-haired elder of Troy sighed. King Priam looked at the scene in the hall. Kakano's death had indeed shocked him. He knew that Kakano's strength would attract the attention of the gods, but he had always thought that Kakinos was the son of the great Poseidon and should be fine. However, even Kakano's father, Poseidon, did not lend a helping hand. This gave him an ominous feeling. However, in the blink of an eye, Paris had killed Philoctetes. Priam was overjoyed, but he had a new worry. He turned around and asked Hector, who was standing quietly, "Hector, what do you think?" Every time something big happened in Troy, Hector was always calm and steady. He never panicked, and Priam liked to ask for his opinion every time. However, what was more important now was that although Paris was very humble, and expressed many times that he had no intention of fighting for the throne with Hector, everyone could feel Prince Paris' achievements and talents. Now, many princes and elders were leaning towards Prince Paris, even overshadowing Hector's brilliance. King Priam really did not want to see two outstanding sons fighting each other. But now, Troy needed an outstanding prince to overcome this crisis and even achieve victory. Chapter 572. Father, although Krokinos is dead, as long as Troy has me, and Paris, we will definitely be able to defend against the Greeks. Hector had always been straightforward. His thinking was simple. When the Greeks attacked, they would defend. When the Greeks were tired, he would wait for an opportunity to attack them. There was nothing wrong with this thinking. It was this thinking that caused the Trojan War to last for 10 years. But in the end, Troy could not escape the fate of destruction. Priamus nodded his head. Hector's answer was reasonable and he was satisfied with it. He turned his head again and looked at Pei-Ziyun. "Paris, what do you think?" When Hector replied, Pei-Ziyun knew that Priamus would definitely ask him. But he did not want to just defend passively. This way, Troy would easily fall into a passive state and be led around by the nose by the Greek. He wanted to take the initiative to attack. Hector had always been this mature and steady. He did not like to do risky things, but Troy was taking risks. If they were not careful, they could repeat the mistakes of the past. If that was the case, Hector's thinking was a little lacking. Priamus had asked him. Pei-Ziyun was about to answer when he saw many princes and elders looking at him. He knew that these people were also looking forward to his performance. Although I don't want to take away Hector's glory, victory is more important. I have a plan that I need to take this opportunity to execute. Thinking of this, Pei-Ziyun spoke slowly. He looked around and said, "Has anyone thought about this? In the past year of battles, other than when King Krokinos came, we took the initiative to attack. At other times, did we take the initiative to attack and cause trouble to the Greeks? No." Someone immediately answered. "Yes, we, Troy, have never taken the initiative to attack. Actually, it has a lot to do with our subconscious thinking that we are no match for the Greek. That's why we always thought of using a strong defense. A strong defense is not wrong. But no matter how good the defense is, it will be breached one day." Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. If Troy was breached, it would be unimaginable. They would all face the tragic fate of losing their families. But in the original history, this had happened. When the Greek allied army conquered Troy, other than a few people who did not move, the others all met a tragic end. In fact, in history, Troy had never appeared again. Pei-Ziyun looked at everyone's reaction and knew that they had all thought of the same thing. He then smiled and said, "Just defending won't do. We have to take the initiative and attack." "Father, have you ever put yourself in their shoes and thought about what we would be most worried about if we, the Trojans, went on an expedition to Greece?" Although he had always said that he wanted to take revenge on the Greeks, he had never dared to think about the idea of going on an expedition to Greece. Ignoring the question of whether the heroes and soldiers could endure such a tiring expedition, it was a problem whether the supplies could last for such a long time. Wait a minute, supplies? Priam suddenly realized what was going on. At this point, Pei-Ziyun looked at the king and didn't say a word. He thought that Priam wouldn't be able to come up with an answer in a short amount of time. He then continued speaking, "Everyone, our expedition to Greece was actually the same as the Greeks coming from afar to attack us. Our intention was to end the war as quickly as possible. However, the walls of Troy were strong and sturdy. Our citizens and heroes were also well rested. The Greeks fought for more than a year, but the results were not great." Everyone started to praise him. That was indeed the case. When the Greeks first came, they attacked ferociously. From time to time, they would attack the city. However, against the sturdy walls of Troy, their attacks were futile. Now, they were no longer as ferocious as before. Gradually, they started to show signs of fatigue. Everyone was no longer as flustered as they were when the Greeks attacked. Compared to the Greeks, they were showing signs of fatigue. The Trojans were fighting on their own land. Hence, everyone stayed at home and rested well. Once they had the chance, they would be able to attack the Greeks head-on. There is indeed a difference in military strength between us and the Greek. However, even the gods of Mount Olympus need to drink delicious wine to replenish their strength. Mortals need to eat more, or they won't have the strength to work. Horses also need to be fed well, or they won't be able to gallop for long distances. Everyone, what is the key to all of this? It's supplies. Pei Zi-yun had dropped a bomb on the crowd, causing them to start discussing amongst themselves. Although the issue of rations was very obvious, many of them had not noticed it. Now that Prince Paris had pointed it out, they finally understood. Without supplies, the Greeks would not be able to fight. Without supplies, the horses of the Greeks would not be able to ride on them. The Greeks have been on a long expedition. With so many Greeks coming to Troy, without supplies, we won't even need to attack them. They will just fall into internal strife. In the past year, the rations that the Greeks brought over from the mainland have basically been depleted. They have already started to plunder the surrounding areas to maintain their consumption. But with so many Greeks, even if they plunder the surrounding areas, how much supplies can they obtain? At this point, everyone was shocked. They hadn't thought about this problem at first. Now that it was pointed out, they realized that they had missed out on something important. Actually, before the Greeks attacked, Troy had already carried out a cleanup. The Greeks would definitely not be able to obtain much supplies from the surrounding areas of Troy. Hearing this, everyone started to discuss about supplies. Some said that the supplies were brought over from the mainland of Greece, while others said that they had been plundered from further away. There were even some who said that it was a gift from the gods. Pei Zi-yun looked at everyone's reactions and knew that it was about time. He thought for a while and remembered that in history, the Greeks had organized many armies to attack the nearby kingdoms of Troy in order to obtain supplies. Achilles had led his fleet to attack 12 cities at sea and 11 cities on land. However, there was no evidence to prove that he had done so. The truth was that Achilles had attacked and destroyed 3 kingdoms: the kingdom of Mysia, the kingdom of Lunarassos, and the kingdom of Thebes. In the kingdom of Mysia, Achilles obtained Chryseis, the beautiful daughter of the priest Chryseis. When he attacked Lunarassos, he had forced King Briseis into a corner. He had committed suicide and kidnapped the princess Polydamia. He had attacked the island of Lesbos and Thebes, which was located at the foot of the Prakos Mountains. King Aetheon and his 7 sons had all died in battle, and the queen had been enslaved. As for Teramon's son, Ajax, he was also famous for plundering cities. He had led his warships all the way to the island of Thrace. The king of Thrace had betrayed the prince of Troy and sued for peace. Ajax had then attacked Phrygia, killed King Tertras, and kidnapped the princess Tecmos. Thinking of this, Pei Zi-yun laughed coldly and said, "Everyone, in order to resupply, the Greeks cannot transport supplies from the mainland of Greece for a long period of time. Not to mention the inconvenience of such a long journey, just the consumption alone is huge. Their cities will definitely not agree to it. The only way is to attack the nearby kingdoms and cities." As soon as he said this, everyone was enlightened and agreed with Paris's words. They then heard Pei Ziyun say loudly, "Everyone, this is an opportunity that comes once in a blue moon." Prince Paris, what kind of opportunity? Someone could not help but ask. Pei Ziyun smiled. We cannot rely solely on Troy's defense. We have to take the initiative and send our elite troops to support the kingdoms and cities that are being attacked by the Greeks. But Paris, if we do this, our military strength will be scattered. When faced with the attacks of the Greeks, we might not be able to do what we want. An elder raised his doubts. Elder Crodo, your doubts are right. We have to know the movements of the Greeks and see where they are going. Only then will we be able to send the appropriate troops to support the kingdoms and cities. If not, there will be no point in splitting our forces. It will only weaken our overall strength. Pei Ziyun replied. Everyone, think about it. In fact, many kingdoms and city-states have adopted a wait-and-see attitude and are neutral. But the Greeks, for their own selfishness, disregard morality, and attack and occupy kingdoms and city-states. What would they think? These cities would think that the Greeks are a bunch of unreasonable bandits. They would want to rob them of their women, gold and food. Someone replied. That's right. If the kingdoms and cities are conquered by the Greeks, then their people will become captives and slaves. Their women, food and gold will all become the spoils of war for the Greek. Then if the Greeks attack, but fail to conquer these kingdoms and cities, what will happen? In that case, these cities will unite against the common enemy and join the war against the Greek. They will fight against the Greeks together with us. An elder responded timely. Yes, Elder Crodo is right. They will become our allies and join the camp of Troy to fight against the Greeks together with us. I promised Kronos to lead the army to the kingdom of Corona to take care of his son and help stop the revenge of the Greeks because of this reason. The weakness of our military strength can actually be solved. Because of Kronos, the Greeks will definitely take revenge on the kingdom of Corona. If I rush over to help, I will be able to restrict part of the Greeks' military strength. We can also join forces with the kingdom of Corona to fight back against the Greeks. In that case, not only can we obtain the moral obligation to rescue our allies, we can also use our allies' military strength to launch a counterattack against the Greeks. This will make up for the weakness of our scattered military strength. And we can also gather more allies and military strength through the rescue. I believe that when the time comes, the Greeks will definitely suffer heavy losses. When the people in the hall heard Pei Ziyun's in-depth analysis, they were suddenly enlightened. Originally, it seemed that the only advantage that Troy had against the Greeks was their own land and the sturdiness of their walls. But after hearing Pei Ziyun's analysis, they realized that there were many ways to deal with the Greeks. They had never thought of this method before. Now that it was brought up, it was refreshing. The prince and the elders started a heated discussion. Even the son-in-law of the king, the husband of Creusa, the son of the goddess Aphrodite and Anchises, Aeneas, looked at Pei Ziyun with admiration. He thought to himself, although Prince Paris's military strength may not be comparable to Hector's, his wisdom is 10 times better than Hector's. No wonder my mother, Aphrodite, likes Prince Paris. It seems that Prince Paris is more suitable to be a king than Hector. Chapter 573. I think Prince Paris's suggestion can be adopted, but our military strength is limited. We need to carefully study which kingdoms and cities would be most effective. This was the opinion of an experienced person. But Prince Paris said that we can investigate the movements of the Greeks and send out a corresponding army. This way we can gather more cities and armies. Another person said, "What's the point of considering so much? We should immediately send out troops to help these kingdoms and cities. Don't let the despicable Greeks get their hands on food and gold. If we do that, the Greeks will starve to death and die of poverty." Prince Troilos shouted. Everyone discussed the timing of sending troops and how to investigate the Greeks. However, no one mentioned whether to send troops or not. Everyone agreed to send troops. This gave Pei Ziyun some confidence. He saw that the voices in the hall were getting softer and softer. He knew that everyone was almost done with their discussion. He had almost finished what he wanted to say. He then concluded, "Everyone must know that protecting our allies is as important as protecting ourselves. Abandoning our allies is equivalent to abandoning our own lives." There was something that Pei Ziyun did not say. That was, if Troy did this, regardless of whether Troy won or lost, the nearby cities and kingdoms would praise Troy for their assistance. Even if Troy were to become ruins in the end, it would be easier to rebuild it for the third time with the help of the nearby cities and kingdoms. This way, Troy would be invincible. Even if they failed and Troy was destroyed, it would be easy to rebuild it again. Thinking of this, Pei Ziyun could not help but laugh bitterly. Unknowingly, he was in high spirits like he was in the great Sui dynasty. He was in charge of everything, as if everything was under his control. If he was in the great Sui dynasty, people would not think that it was inappropriate. They would think that the true monarch had great foresight. But now, these schemes were not as effective. In the face of absolute power, these schemes would be easily crushed. Compared to the gods in the Greek world, his power was still too weak, and he could not fight openly. These strategies of his were actually in line with Zeus' plan to let the Greeks and the Trojans fight each other, and the more intense the better, and the wider the coverage the better. This way, it would not be easy to cause a backlash and cause the entire strategy to fail. On the contrary, because this strategy was in line with Zeus' intentions, it was easily accepted and implemented. Everyone in the hall praised Prince Paris for his foresight. After all, the Greek world's strategic level was controlled by the gods, and mortals were rarely involved in it. King Priam listened to Pei Ziyun's in-depth analysis, and his heart burned with passion. He too had the ambition to take revenge. If he followed Hector's plan and relied on the defense of the city, he knew that it would be very difficult to take revenge on the Greeks. This was the exact opposite of what he had initially thought. It was only because of his strength that he had to do so. Now that he had heard Pei Ziyun's analysis, he felt that this suggestion was very much in line with his intentions. At this moment the system appeared. A plum blossom appeared in front of Pei Ziyun's eyes as it grew bigger and bigger. It turned into a translucent information interface with words written on it. Support allies. Change the strength ratio to 0/3. So, as long as I can support 3 allies, I will complete the mission? Pei Ziyun thought to himself. Mount Olympus Zeus sat on a throne made of ivory and gold, holding a wine cup in his hand, watching everything that was happening in the palace of Troy through the clouds. When Pei Ziyun finished his last sentence, the clouds began to congeal around him. The gods were surprised and looked at each other. Hera's expression was gloomy and unhappy. This plan was very powerful and very feasible. It could indeed turn the situation around. Apollo was deep in thought and did not speak. Athena walked towards Zeus and said, "Great Father, the powerful and wise Zeus, what do you think of this?" Zeus was deep in thought, and did not answer Athena's question immediately. Everything that Paris had done was in line with his wishes. There were even many things that he had not thought of, and Paris had helped him. This made him very suspicious. He did not know if Paris did it unintentionally, or if there was a god behind it, and he did it on purpose. "Have there been any strange movements in Gaia recently?" Zeus suddenly asked Hermes. "No," Hermes answered. "Where's Hades?" "None." This was strange. If there were no strange movements, then who would be helping or influencing Paris? "Last time, you said that there were strange movements in Mount Alterna. Did you find out the reason?" "Great Father, I have checked the situation in Mount Alterna repeatedly, and found nothing," Hermes answered. "Good. Continue to watch Mount Alterna, and keep a close eye on Gaia and Hades as well," Zeus said. "Yes, Father," Hermes replied and slowly left. Father, do you have any doubts? Athena continued to ask. Although she had heard the conversation between Zeus and Hermes, she still had some doubts in her heart. The main thing is that Paris is too cooperative. I am worried that. Zeus paused and did not continue. But Athena immediately understood that her father was a little suspicious, and worried that there was a god influencing Paris. Father, you're right to be suspicious. Paris has been too cooperative with us, and he has unknowingly changed fate. Although the change is still within our control, it doesn't bode well for us, Athena said. Zeus thought for a moment and changed the topic. Hercules was very angry just now and wanted to kill Paris himself? Yes, father, but Apollo stopped him. This child is a bit impulsive and violent. I know that mortals say that he has gone crazy many times because of Hera's persecution, but in fact, he can't help but be impulsive and jealous. So I did not say anything about Hera's decision to drive him out of Mount Olympus. I only hope that he can grow like Hephaestus. Hephaestus was Hera's son, but he was born with a lame leg and an ugly face. Hera hated him, so she drove him out of Mount Olympus. Later, he created a throne and trapped Hera, so he showed his value and was summoned back to Mount Olympus. He married Aphrodite, and the relationship between mother and son was successfully repaired. But part of Hercules' wish can be fulfilled. Let's use him to temporarily transfer Paris out of Troy, to correct some of the deviations in fate. Go find Hera. She will have orders for you. Yes, father, Athena replied. She immediately understood Zeus's meaning, so she turned to find Hera. Hera handed Athena a bag. This is a wind bag. It can blow out strong winds. Mortals will not be able to fight back against it. Give this to Hercules. Hera and Hercules did not have a good relationship, so she asked Athena to give the wind bag to Hercules. It could be said that Hera single-handedly caused Hercules to lose his body. Hercules was a wise man, but in the end, he was persecuted by Hera. He could not bear the pain and burned himself to death. Although this was the decision of the gods, Hera was the one who carried it out. Even though Hercules had become a god, his relationship with Hera had never been harmonious. Now, he was driven out of Mount Olympus by Hera. Athena nodded, picked up the wind bag, and went out. Just as Hercules stood silently at the foot of Mount Olympus, Athena came over. She looked at Hercules and could not help but sigh. Although Hera followed the arrangement of fate and married Hebe to Hera, she immediately drove Hercules out. The two gods could only meet each other for a long time. However, this was not only because of Hera, but also because Hercules had offended too many gods in the 12 paths of trials. A god once said, "If it were not for the favor of fate, even if Hercules was the son of Zeus, how could he climb Mount Olympus and wear the robes of the gods?" Hephaestus could return because he had the power of the craftsman. But Hercules, what about you? Despite thinking this way, Athena still smiled and said, "Hercules, Apollo was right. You should not have descended and killed Prince Paris. You should know that although we can manipulate the fate of mortals at will, those who are favored by fate should not interfere before the favor is gone. Especially since you have just become a god. The greater the divine power, the greater the backlash of fate." Zeus, the king of the gods, might not even be deposed if fate really caused him to fall, let alone a secondary fate. But Hephaestus was a new god, and he had just obtained immortality. For him, cultivation was the most important thing now. However, your concerns are still right. Your godly bow cannot fall into the hands of mortals, especially the hands of Paris. Athena continued, "Paris has already caused some changes in fate, and these changes need to be corrected. Hera just gave me a wind bag. Take it. When Paris rescues the kingdom of Corona and returns to protect the son of Kronos, throw this down. At that time, a mortal will open the bag, and the wind will blow the entire fleet away. As for where Paris will go, let fate arrange it. And you can also take the opportunity to retrieve your bow until fate decides to use it again. Hercules nodded and agreed with Athena's words. He took the windbag and climbed Mount Olympus. Everything changed. In the past, he could run amok in the mortal world, kill whoever he wanted, rob whoever he wanted, and even openly fight against the gods. Now, he had to maintain a certain amount of respect for any god. No matter what, Athena was relatively friendly to him among the gods. Back then, it was Athena who introduced him to Mount Olympus. He had to respect Athena's opinion. Chapter 574. The three goddesses of fate looked at the series of actions of Hercules, Apollo, and Athena and said, "Is Zeus going to temporarily banish Paris from the current of fate of Troy?" The three goddesses of fate, who represented the past, present, and future, simultaneously sensed something, causing their bodies to tremble. They were the goddesses of fate, and this was a warning from fate. Clotho frowned and said, "This doesn't seem very good. I can sense a massive fluctuation in fate, and it might cause a big change. Fate has always moved according to its own path, so it's normal for it to deviate slightly and can be corrected at any time. However, with such a big change, perhaps we should explain this to the gods and stop this dangerous action. Banishing Paris from Troy's stream of fate will cause a lot of changes," Lachesis said. Just as the three goddesses were about to get up, Atropos exclaimed in surprise and said, "Even though temporarily banishing Paris from Troy's stream of fate will cause a lot of changes in fate, this fits with a period of history, so Paris must be banished from Troy." Before Paris' fate changed, he would continue to be active on the battlefield of Troy until he was shot by an arrow and died on Mount Ida. However, now that Zeus has temporarily banished Paris from Troy's stream of fate, his fate has changed. He seems to fit with a period of history. This is simply inconceivable. I've never seen such a contradictory fate before. The three goddesses fell into deep thought. Faced with Paris' fate paradox, they fell into a dilemma. No matter what choice they made, the final result of fate did not seem to be ideal. However, the great Zeus has already decided to correct this deviation in fate. Even though it will cause even more changes in fate, we can only follow his orders, Atropos said. Since it's both deviation and fate, we'll leave it to fate to decide. The three goddesses of fate could only leave Paris to fate itself. Hera seemed to sense something. After handing the windbag to Athena, she walked up to Zeus and poured him a cup of wine. "My dear, the windbag has been given to Hercules. But if we banish Paris just like that, it won't have any negative effects, will it?" Sitting on a throne made of ivory and gold, Zeus raised his goblet and drained it in one gulp. He said, "Fate arranged for Paris to start the Battle of Troy, but after the wheel of fate turned, Paris became active in the Battle of Troy. There seem to be some deviations, and these deviations are getting bigger and bigger. I am just correcting the deviations of fate. Hera, don't worry. Although fate has some influence on us gods, it's just that we're not willing to pay the price." Hera knew that Zeus was telling the truth. In fact, every god was constantly interfering with fate, but the more powerful fate was, the more power and price it took to reverse it. Most of the time, the gods just didn't want to do it, not that they couldn't. While Zeus, Hera, and the three goddesses of fate were discussing with each other, they did not notice a phantom at the foot of the mountain. It was a mysterious lady. She looked at Mount Olympus, smiled, and murmured, "I feel the changes of fate. There are many changes in fate, creating different paths, and the one I need has finally arrived." As soon as her voice trailed off, the mysterious lady instantly appeared above the magma of Mount Etna, which was suppressing Typhon. Mount Etna was still billowing with thick smoke, and the magma was churning from time to time. Because of the thick smoke, the situation here could not be seen. As long as Typhon did not make too much noise, the gods would not immediately notice the problem here. Typhon noticed the mysterious lady immediately. He asked with a little doubt, "Mother, what's wrong?" When Zeus became the new ruler of the world, he cast the sons of Gaia, the Titans, into Tartarus. Gaia was so enraged that she caused them to break out of Tartarus and emerge in the fields of Thessaly. Alcyoneus seized the scepter and lightning, Enceladus conquered the sea, Rudis seized the reins from the hands of the sun god, and Pulphilion occupied the temple of Delphi. After the failure of this rebellion, Zeus was very vigilant against Gaia. However, Gaia could not be sent into hell, nor could he be killed, or the world would collapse. However, the newly ruled gods still kept an eye on Gaia. Usually, Gaia rarely came out. Last time, he paid a lot of price. Why did he suddenly take the initiative to come this time? I told you, I'm not Gaia. Forget it, the time has come for the treasure you're looking for, so you can get it. However, you'll have to sacrifice 3 of your descendants as sacrifices, and you'll also need 3 drops of your heart's blood. It will allow you to obtain this treasure. Thank you so much, Mother, Typhon said, his tone excited. Typhon said in an excited tone. He had been waiting for this treasure for a long time, and now he finally had the chance to get it. The black giant shadow was constantly tumbling in the magma at the moment, and the rising magma smashed on the surrounding rock walls, stirring up bursts of sparks. Don't make too much noise, don't attract the attention of the gods, the mysterious lady reminded. She came here most worried that Typhon would control his emotions, make a noise, and attract the gods. Although she was not afraid of them, if they found out that she was here, it would always be troublesome. Yes, Mother, Typhon replied. Perhaps because of his huge body, once there was a violent emotional fluctuation, it would cause a huge disturbance to the surrounding environment. In this case, it was easy for the gods to notice. But the heart's blood and the 3 sacrifices you want are very simple. Typhon said that the heart's blood could be extracted from the body. As for children, there were too many to count, so he did not care much about this kind of thin bloodline of descendants. After saying that, Typhon endured great pain, patted his chest, and 3 drops of heart's blood slowly floated out of his body. Mother, catch! Typhon controlled the 3 drops of heart's blood and quickly flew towards the mysterious lady. The blood was very strange. It was red, but not deep. It was a little light red with a hint of white. The mysterious lady waved her hand and quickly collected the 3 drops of heart's blood. She said, "Don't make any noise during this time. The treasure will be sent to you soon." "Yes, Mother," Typhon replied respectfully. Then, the phantom of the mysterious lady disappeared from Mount Etna. After the mysterious lady left, Typhon's huge body tumbled in the magma again. He was extremely happy. If he could get his hands on this treasure, his strength could easily break through the blockade, and with this treasure, he could even use it to counterattack Mount Olympus. The magma was boiling, and the billowing smoke was even thicker. Mount Olympus Hermes appeared in the hall. The small white wings behind his ears and on his feet finally stopped flapping rapidly. He reported to Zeus, "I don't know what happened just now, but there was something strange on Mount Etna again, but when I went to inspect, I did not find anything unusual." Zeus furrowed his brows. Hermes's rank was not too high among the gods, but even Apollo found it difficult to hide from him. If Hermes did not notice anything unusual, then only a few gods had the power to conceal it. "Oh, I see. Continue to pay attention to the movements on Mount Etna," Zeus ordered. "Okay," Hermes replied. Prince Troy's mansion. Helen buried her head in Paision's chest and whispered, "My dear Paris, how long will you be gone this time?" Paision hugged Helen and kissed her forehead gently. "Helen, I will be back soon. When you are alone at home, you can communicate with Anon. She is not difficult to talk to." Paision then walked in front of Anon and hugged her, saying, "My dear Anon, I will be back soon. Don't worry. However, when I'm not home, please take care of Helen when she comes to a foreign country." Anon was beginning to accept Helen now, because she also knew that Helen and Paris being together was not something that Paris could decide. This was the arrangement of the gods. She nodded and said, Paris, don't worry. But when you go to a faraway place, you must take care of yourself. Pei Ziyun nodded solemnly and turned to board the chariot. Seeing Anon and Helen standing at the door of the mansion waving goodbye, he also raised his hand in greeting. The fact that they were at least standing together to see him off made him very happy. His efforts had not been in vain. As for loving each other, in reality, Pei Ziyun had no such thoughts. That was too much of a fantasy. Helen looked at Pei Ziyun's gradually disappearing figure and suddenly felt a pain in her heart. She had a bad premonition and said, My dear, but when the words reached her mouth, she could not say them, as if something was stuck in her throat. Anon also had a bad premonition. She looked at Helen, who seemed to want to say something but did not say anything. She turned around and said to the servant, Go to the Kebulin River. The servant nodded and quickly prepared a carriage. Anon boarded the carriage, and the driver whipped Anon to the Kebulin River. Anon quickly arrived at the Kebulin River in the carriage. She hurriedly got out of the carriage and ran to the river. She raised the golden cup in her hand and filled it with wine. Father, I have a bad feeling about Paris's voyage to the kingdom of Corona. Please give me instructions. The river in front of her sparkled, but there was no response. Anon did not give up and continued, Father, please answer me. However, there was no response from the Kebulin River. This was the first time in Anon's life that she had encountered something like this. In the past, whenever she needed to look for her father, she only had to call out to him from the Kebulin River, and her father would come out of the water to meet her or give her instructions. But now there was no response. Didn't this mean that her bad premonition was right, and that even her father could do nothing? Anon's expression changed. She knew that Paris's voyage this time could be very dangerous. Without thinking, she quickly got into the carriage and ordered the servant to go to the port. The carriage sped all the way, and as soon as they arrived at the port, Anon saw the ship that had just left. She pounced on it and shouted at the ship in the distance, Paris, Paris. The ship had already set off for some time, and Pei Ziyun did not hear Anon's shout. In the blink of an eye, the ship disappeared into the sea. Anon stared at the ship in a daze, and 2 streams of tears suddenly flowed down her cheeks. Chapter 575. Corona Kingdom, Mountain Forest. The forest was lush with plants and wild beasts. It was uninhabited all year round. This was normal. At this time, a shadow slowly descended and landed on the branch of a large tree. Looking closely, the shadow was wearing a black robe and a veil. It was the mysterious lady who had interacted with Pei Ziyun a few times before. At this time, there was a rhinoceros under the tree. This rhinoceros was different from ordinary rhinoceroses. It was twice the size of an ordinary rhinoceros, and its skin was thick and hard. Most importantly, it was a monster that could scare people to death. Its gaze and aura could kill people, and it lived on poisonous shrubs all year round. The mysterious lady stared at it for a long time and muttered to herself, Not bad, but in order to avoid detection by the vigilant gods, I chose you. The stronger the monster, the more likely it would be noticed by the gods. The strongest of these monsters were those with the bloodline of the Titans, especially the giants. It could be said that in the Greek world, although lizards, minotaurs, centaurs, hellhounds, griffins, banshees, and other monsters were all terrifying, only the giants were a real threat. This was because they were actually degenerated titans, and the gods of Mount Olympus were actually the descendants of the Titans. If Prince Paris or any other hero killed these monsters and sacrificed them, the gods would gladly accept it and give them grace. But if they killed the one-eyed giant, not only would the gods not accept the sacrifice, they would immediately add the hero to the list of dead. To be able to kill a giant was already a violation of the boundary between gods and humans. After saying this, the mysterious lady took out a drop of blood and spun it in the air. She pointed at the monstrous rhinoceros, and the spinning drop of blood shot towards it and entered its body. This drop of blood seemed to have great magic power. When it entered the body of the monstrous rhinoceros, its body swelled up, and its eyes instantly turned blood-red. It let out a loud roar that shook the forest. The surrounding beasts trembled in fear and fled in all directions, as if they were extremely afraid of this monstrous rhinoceros. The mysterious lady nodded, looking very satisfied. She waved her hand and said, "Go, join the Greeks in ravaging the Corona kingdom. Kill the herdsmen and farmers at will, destroy the farmlands, and then be killed by the heroic Prince Paris. Become a part of your new destiny." The monstrous rhinoceros seemed to understand her words and ran out of the forest. The figure stood on the tall tree and only disappeared after the rhinoceros disappeared into the distant forest. Port of the kingdom of Corona, a Greek fleet was coming from the sea, and a hero looked at the shore and said, "Are we here?" "Yes, respectable Periphas, we have arrived at the kingdom of Corona," a centurion said after looking around. "Prepare to land and occupy Modala city. We will turn the prince into a slave and the queen into our female slave. We will plunder the gold in the city and kill the people inside." Hearing this, all the soldiers shouted and cheered. This fleet was led by the bravest Aetolian, Periphas. Ever since Philoctetes shot Cronos, Agamemnon had sent this fleet to the kingdom of Corona, waiting for an opportunity to retaliate and plunder food and gold for supplies. The fleet slowly docked at the port, and groups of Greek soldiers disembarked. There weren't many of them, but they were all elite Greek soldiers. Chariots were also transported down from the ship, pulled by warhorses. The Greeks didn't plan to set up camp. In their opinion, Cronos was already dead, and the prince with the blood of the sea god was still young. The kingdom of Corona was a weak lamb, and it would be easy to attack it. Everyone only brought one day's rations, and all the supplies were left on the ship. It could be seen how much the Greeks led by Periphas looked down on the kingdom of Corona. The troops lined up neatly on the beach, led by the centurion, and set out towards Modala city. They followed behind the chariots, and Periphas was at the front. He sat on the chariot and observed the movements in front of him from time to time. Modala city had received news that the Greeks had landed. At this moment the alarm in the city rang, and the warriors stood up and urgently closed the city gate. Groups of Corona warriors climbed up the city walls with weapons, and the archers were ready. "But we lack heroes." The queen of Corona was praying in the temple of Poseidon with the young prince. She knelt in front of the statue of Poseidon and said, "Great Poseidon, my husband's father, please have mercy on me and my son. I just received the sad news of my husband's death, and then I received news of the monsters attacking the village. Now the Greeks are attacking. My husband, Cronos, took half of the soldiers of the kingdom with him. Although the walls of Modala city can still be maintained, without heroes, how can we resist the attack of the Greeks? The role of heroes in this era couldn't be made up for by soldiers. In the previous Battle of Troy, Hercules only brought 6 ships. According to the maximum capacity at that time, each ship could carry 120 soldiers, which was only 700 people. However, with the famous Greek heroes Peleus, Termon, and Horus, they could conquer Troy in one fell swoop. Therefore, Modala city, which lacked heroes, was already in chaos. When the ordinary people heard that the powerful Greeks were attacking, they were all terrified, as if the end of the world was coming. However, because the city was small, they were quickly suppressed by the soldiers of Corona. "What can I use to resist the invasion of the Greeks?" the queen cried. On Mount Olympus, Poseidon looked at her sympathetically. He used the temple to respond to all of this with a slight vibration. The queen felt the vibration of the temple and was pleasantly surprised. She knew that the great Poseidon hadn't abandoned her. In this case, the Corona kingdom still had a chance of survival against the powerful Greek. At this time, the priest of the temple walked in and said, "Queen, I feel that someone who has come to save the city is rapidly approaching." The queen knew that the priest was conveying the will of Poseidon, and her face was filled with surprise. She pulled the young prince and quickly left Poseidon's temple. She hurried to the city gate. She wanted to tell the soldiers guarding the city this important good news. Outside Modala city, the Greek soldiers led by Telephus had already reached the city. Rows of Greek soldiers lined up neatly, and the chariots were lined up in a row. Telephus looked at the walls of Modala city, and his heart was filled with confidence. He said, "Greek warriors, the sins that Kronos committed against the Greeks will be repaid by his kingdom today. Let everyone see the consequences of violating us. Kill." Telephus pointed the long sword in his hand forward, and the Greek soldiers slowly approached Modala city with their siege weapons. Facing the mighty and majestic Greek soldiers, the hands of the Corona Kingdom's soldiers trembled slightly. In this era, everyone had heard too much about the strength of the Greek. Furthermore, the elite soldiers had already been brought to Troy by Kronos, and the soldiers left behind were relatively weak. "Shoot!" The archers on the walls of Modala city watched the Greeks approach nervously. A centurion ordered, and instantly, a wave of arrows was fired. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metal clashing sounds could be heard. The arrows were mostly blocked by the shields of the Greek. Occasionally, a few arrows would slip through, causing casualties. The siege ladders were quickly carried over. These weren't scaling ladders, but primitive ladders. However, they were more than enough to deal with the walls of Modala city. The Greeks continuously surged up. "Hold on, hold on!" the centurion shouted. The collision created waves of blood. These were the sparks from the swords and spears of the warriors from both sides. Blood splattered everywhere, and figures kept falling and colliding. The situation was tragic. Use the spears. Although heroes were very different from ordinary people, the soldiers still fought to the death. The spears were 6 meters long, and they stabbed down fiercely, turning the Greeks into meat skewers. In a short while, the ground below the city was filled with the corpses of the warriors from both sides. At this moment, Telephus personally pounced forward and climbed up. "All of you die." Telephus' eyes were bloodshot. He first used his shield to block the cold arrows, and then he threw the spear up heavily. The spear pierced through one person's chest, and it didn't stop there. It pierced through 2 people behind him. Immediately, the Greek soldiers offered a new spear. Every time the spear was thrown up, a large amount of blood splattered. In a short while, there was an empty space above, and Telephus quickly climbed up. The Greeks were also affected by the burning fighting spirit of the heroes. Everyone's blood was boiling, and they fought on the front lines. In just a short while, Telephus climbed up the wall. With a loud shout, he swept his spear across. A few Corona soldiers spat out blood and fell off the city wall. "Open the city gate." Telephus pounced towards the city gate, and continuous screams resounded. Boom! With a loud bang, the city gate of Motora city opened. At this moment, the fate of the Corona kingdom seemed to have been decided. The queen, who was watching the battle, was pale. She hugged her young son tightly. Around her, the Corona soldiers had been reduced to less than 100, and everyone was covered in wounds. "Kill them all and take the queen as a female slave," Telephus shouted loudly. "Despicable Greeks, you are delusional." Suddenly, there was a commotion behind him. A low and angry voice sounded from behind, and it was so cold that Telephus' hair stood on end. Before he could turn around, a spear flew towards his back. Telephus dodged, and the spear landed heavily, nailing half a foot into the stone. He turned around and saw the Trojan soldiers surging towards him. In the middle, there was a young man. Seeing this young man, Telephus' facial muscles twitched. "Paris!" Prince Paris shouted loudly. "Greek, tell me your name. With me here, I will not allow you to loot Motora city and harm my friend Kronos' wife and son." As Pei Zi Yun said this, he was secretly glad that he had come at the right time. In this era, especially in the Greek world, every city was not big, and the Corona kingdom was the same. After a long journey, Pei Zi-yun finally landed at the port. He saw that Motora city in the distance was emitting thick smoke. He knew that he could not delay any longer, so he gave up on bringing the chariots and supplies and immediately led his soldiers towards Motora city. The distance between the port and Motora city was not too far. Pei Zi-yun led his army and arrived outside Motora city in a short while. The moment he arrived, he saw that the Greeks had just broken through the city gate. Pei Zi-yun secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If he had arrived 10 minutes later, it would have been difficult for him to fulfill his promise to protect Kronos' wife and son. Telephus gritted his teeth. This was Prince Paris, whom he hated to the bone. He pulled out his spear and said loudly, "I am the bravest Aetolian, Telephus. Paris, you are the cause of this war. I must kill you today to avenge all the Greeks who have bled." Chapter 576. Kill. The commanders of both sides gave the order to attack. The two armies collided with each other. Pei Zi-yun took the lead and killed a few Greek soldiers, getting close to Periphas. "Periphas, I'll send you to Hades' territory later," Pei Zi-yun said coldly. Periphas was the leader of this Greek army. As long as he killed him, this army would collapse on its own, and he would be able to harvest the power of the bloodline. What a ridiculous statement, Paris. I know you've always been brave, but today I'll let you see how brave and skillful the bravest Aetolian, Periphas, is in battle. As soon as he finished speaking, Periphas' spear stabbed forward. With a flash of cold light, it was close to Pei Zi-yun's chest. Killing skills. Pei Zi-yun looked at Periphas' spear and was a little surprised. Periphas wasn't boasting. The speed of his attack was indeed worthy of the title of Aetolia's bravest warrior. At the moment when the spear stabbed over, Pei Zi-yun held the spear in his hand and blocked it. With a "pu" sound, a hidden force attacked. Periphas' hand was slightly numb. The spear in his hand drew a half arc and stabbed at a different angle. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Not yet. The hidden force can shatter the hearts of ordinary people, but on the heroes of this world, it can only slightly numb them. The so-called hidden force in the legends, or even the introspective invulnerability, is useless in this world. How should I put it? It's like a sword made of wood or bamboo. No matter how attentive and skillful you are, when you meet a weapon made of iron, it will be cut in half. The god's blood in the hero's body can even instinctively cancel out this kind of thing, spread it, and turn it into something harmless. Although it wasn't the first time, Pei Zi-yun still sighed. He dodged the spear and at the same time, stabbed the spear in his hand at Periphas. Periphas hurriedly pulled back his spear and blocked it in front of his chest. Pei Zi-yun didn't expect that Periphas was not only fast in attacking, but also simple and effective in martial arts. It almost had a sense of returning to the basic. If he didn't meet him, only Hector would be a match for the other Trojan princes. Nimble wind, Pei Zi-yun shouted in his heart. Without waiting for Periphas to take a breath, the tip of the spear flashed and stabbed at an angle. Clang! Periphas resisted Pei Zi-yun's attack, but there was a flash of panic in his eyes. He really couldn't believe that Prince Paris, who had been evenly matched with him just a moment ago, would suddenly attack so much faster. Pei Zi-yun didn't give him much time to think. Seeing that he had blocked his first attack, his footsteps were light, and he suddenly flashed to the side of Periphas. The long spear in his hand stabbed towards Periphas like a green lightning from an extremely tricky angle. This time, Periphas could no longer resist the tricky angle. He tried his best to move his body sideways to avoid the spear from piercing his vitals. Puff! His left arm was stabbed, and blood spurted out from his shoulder like a fountain. Ah! A mournful howl came from Periphas' mouth. The Greek soldiers on the battlefield saw that Periphas was injured and was in a life-and-death crisis. A few of them rushed towards Pei Ziyun, hoping to help Peliphas out of this predicament. However, since Pei Ziyun had already attacked, he did not hold back. How could he give his opponent a chance to break out of the encirclement? The moment he pulled out his spear, he stabbed it forward with extreme speed. Puff! A cold light flashed, and the spear pierced into Peliphas' neck. Then, it turned and left a big hole in his neck. Time froze at this moment, and Peliphas' body fell straight back. Bang! The corpse fell to the ground, splashing mud and dust, and blood stained the surrounding ground red. Pei Ziyun exhaled heavily. This was the first time he had used the special skill he had obtained. The effect was not bad, and he smoothly killed the Aetolian warrior. The moment he killed Peliphas, the system slightly moved, and the bloodline power that was still alive in his body was plundered. Before he could take a closer look, he rushed into the middle of the Greek soldiers with his spear. A Greek soldier saw Pei Ziyun pouncing towards him and waved his spear to resist. With a puff sound, his short cover was pierced, and the bloody tip of the spear came out from his back. The soldier screamed and retreated, but as the tip of the spear withdrew, he spat out a lot of blood. After killing more than 10 people, the bronze tip of the spear was broken. When he looked over, he saw that the Greeks were already in a mess. In fact, after Pei Ziyun killed Peliphas, the entire Greek army was already on the verge of collapse. At this moment, they had no desire to fight anymore. They threw down their weapons, knelt on the ground, and surrendered. Once a soldier threw down his weapon, it would form a domino effect. The other soldiers learned to surrender one after another, and in an instant, they all knelt on the ground. Take off their armor and take away their weapons. Seeing that the Greeks had suffered heavy casualties and were kneeling on the ground, Pei Ziyun threw away the broken spear and ordered the Trojan soldiers. This was how this era was. Therefore, bronze smiths were very important. After the battle, it was time for the bronze to be melted down. Also, I saw a Greek ship at the port. Immediately send someone to take it over. Since they had one, the many Greek ships that were docked at the port also belonged to Pei Ziyun. After issuing the second order, Pei Ziyun looked at the Greek soldiers who were kneeling on the ground. Since you have already surrendered, you only need to listen to my orders. You don't have to worry about me killing you. Now, clean up Peliphas' body, change him into clean clothes, and build a holy altar. Fill the open space with firewood. I will cremate him and bury him. Clean up the bodies of the other Greek soldiers as well. Bury them together. The weather is getting hot, don't cause a plague. This order was very normal. After the Greeks who had become captives heard Pei Ziyun's words, they all began to work silently. Some collected the bodies, some picked up firewood, and with tears in their eyes, they cleaned the blood stains on the bodies of the dead. They silently carried the bodies onto the carriages and sent them to the tall firewood. There were also people who were responsible for cleaning Peliphas' body and building a simple holy altar. These tasks were carried out in an orderly manner. In a short while, Peliphas' body was cleaned and changed into clean clothes. A small circular holy altar was also built on the open space. The firewood was already full, forming piles of firewood. In the middle of one of the piles was a wooden bed. Peliphas' body was placed on the wooden bed. At this time, the queen of the kingdom of Corona rushed over with the young prince and the elders. Prince Paris, thank you for your timely rescue. Otherwise, the kingdom of Corona would have been broken through by the Greeks, the queen of Corona said with tears of joy. Your Majesty, this is what we should do. The great King Kronos helped Troy and even sacrificed his life. We only did some insignificant things, Pei Ziyun said. Both sides greeted each other and silently watched the priest's ceremony. The priest cleaned the sacrifices and Peliphas' body. He lit the firewood with a torch and the fire burned fiercely. In a short while, only a pile of ashes was left on the spot. The ashes were packed in a porcelain jar and buried under a tree on the battlefield. As for the rest of the ordinary soldiers, They naturally did not need to be specially sacrificed. The young prince of the kingdom of Corona silently watched these ceremonies and asked, "Why is such a person still buried? He should be hung up in public." Pei Zi-yun looked at the young prince and said, "It is necessary to give respect to the dead, especially the mortal descendants of the gods." The Prince of Corona was still young and did not understand these things. He did not know why he should respect the dead. Pei Zi-yun patiently explained to him. "Even Philoctetes, I gave him a grand burial." The prince did not know who Philoctetes was, nor did he know that this person killed his father, but he knew that this person must be an enemy of the kingdom of Corona. Pei Zi-yun touched the young prince's head and thought of the brave Kronos again. Unfortunately, the brave hero only left behind this orphan and widowed mother. You have to remember that the gods of this world have decreed that the person must either be cremated or buried. At least, it must be covered with a thin layer of soil so that the gods of the underworld will think that this person has been buried. There was a king who not only killed the enemy, but also ordered people to guard the body and not to bury it. In the end, he offended the gods and caused the entire royal family to perish. You have to remember, when you grow up, you can kill the enemy, but do not insult the dead. King Creon of Thebes was a typical example. He held a grand funeral for Eteocles, who died for the kingdom, but did not bury the body of Polynices, who betrayed the kingdom. He also sent people to announce that the citizens were not allowed to mourn the death of the enemy who betrayed the kingdom, nor were they allowed to bury his body. Crows and beasts were allowed to peck at his body. As a result, the poor king's entire family was wiped out. It could only be said that in the eyes of the Greek gods, killing each other was inevitable, but the respect for the dead was closer to the respect for the gods and souls. The prince did not understand. Beside him, Queen Kronos had tears in her eyes. How good would it be if these words were said by her husband, Kronos, to her son? She wiped her tears and forced a smile at Pei Zi-yun. "Prince Paris, the banquet to entertain you has been prepared." Pei Zi-yun nodded. There was no need for him to participate in this matter. The rest of the ordinary Greeks did not need the prince to be present for the burial. After tidying up, he followed Queen Kronos back to Meteora City. At this moment, someone suddenly rushed over and reported, "Queen, there was a monster attack nearby. A few people have been killed." The queen was startled, and her face turned pale. She felt that bad luck was circling around her. Pei Zi-yun hurriedly said, "Quick, bring us to have a look." The crowd followed the soldiers for a distance and saw a monster wreaking havoc. Pei Zi-yun looked over and saw a huge rhinoceros with red eyes. With one charge, a few Greeks who went to dig a pit immediately fell dead. Then, this rhinoceros started gnawing on the fresh corpses. Is it attracted by the smell of blood? Pei Zi-yun thought to himself. This was a battlefield, and a huge battle had just occurred. The thick stench of blood permeated the air around the battlefield. Only the smell of blood could attract such a ferocious beast. Pei Zi-yun could not think of anything else that could attract it. Chapter 577. The huge rhinoceros monster charged and killed several Greeks, but it did not stop. It saw a group of people standing not far away, breathing heavily, and with a pair of blood-red eyes, it rushed over. A few of the soldiers who were close by looked into its eyes. They felt dizzy and fell to the ground. Don't look at its eyes. Its eyes contain a strong hallucinogenic power, an elder of the Corona kingdom shouted. The soldiers below did not stare at its eyes, and no one fell to the ground. A group of Corona soldiers with weapons directly surrounded the rhinoceros monster, but before they could get close, they smelled something and fell to the ground dead. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The rhinoceros monster was so terrifying. Its eyes and smell can kill people. All soldiers retreat and kill it from afar. When the queen saw that ordinary soldiers could not get close to the rhinoceros monster, She knew that this monster was not something ordinary soldiers could deal with. She needed the heroes of the city to take action. But before the people of the Corona Kingdom went to intercept the rhinoceros monster, a figure had already rushed over. Everyone looked and found that it was Prince Paris. Prince Paris is a hero who has killed many monsters. In fact, when Paisiun saw the monster, he was happy. He had been searching for it for a long time, but he had not found it. He did not expect to encounter one as soon as he came to Corona. This rhinoceros monster is stronger than the monsters I killed before. Not only because none of the monsters he killed could kill people with their eyes and smell, but also because of his intuition. Paisiun held the spear in his hand and rushed toward the rhinoceros monster. The rhinoceros beast was charging towards the group of people. At this point, it saw a person charging towards it from the side. It seemed to have sensed something and roared loudly. With bloodshot eyes, it stopped in its tracks and turned its head around, charging towards Paisiun. Paisiun watched as the rhinoceros charged forward, and did not panic in the slightest. He stood there quietly until the rhinoceros was within 5 meters of him. Just as the rhinoceros lowered its head and was about to stab him, Paisiun dodged to the side, dodging the charge of the rhinoceros. Then, the long spear in his hand stabbed towards the body of the rhinoceros. Pa! A crisp sound of wood breaking could be heard. The sharp tip of the spear pierced an inch into the wood, but due to the huge impact, the spear broke. Paisiun did not expect the rhinoceros skin to be so tough and durable. His expression changed, and he was filled with excitement. From afar, the young prince saw that Paisiun's attack had failed. He then looked at the queen and asked, "Mother, can Prince Paris kill the monster?" "Don't worry. Prince Paris is very brave. He will definitely defeat the big monster." When the queen said this, she didn't have much confidence in herself. She just ordered, "Summon all the archers in the city." If he really couldn't beat it, he would shoot 100 arrows and slowly exhaust it to death. Paisiun saw that the rhinoceros monster's eyes were glowing red, and thought to himself, "Perhaps this is its only weakness. No matter what, any living creature's eyes are weak." Nimble wind, Paisiun activated it, causing his entire body to be engulfed in a gust of wind. Every movement he made was much faster than before. He then shouted out a command, "Long spear." A long spear was thrown at him from afar, which Paisiun easily caught. At this point, the rhinoceros had just stopped charging forward. It then turned around and charged at Paisiun once again. Paisiun's feet tapped lightly on the ground, and his body shot forward like an arrow, closing the distance between them. He then tapped his feet on the ground again, and dodged to the side of the rhinoceros monster's head. The long spear in his hands moved like lightning, and pierced towards the rhinoceros monster's right eye. Pooh! The long spear pierced deep into the rhinoceros monster's right eye, and fresh blood flowed out from it. Roar! A loud roar could be heard. Paisiun's spear had deeply enraged the rhinoceros monster. It then turned around and charged at Paisiun once again. "Humph!" Paisiun snorted coldly. His footsteps were light, and he increased the distance between him and the rhinoceros monster. He then raised his hand, "Spear, come." The rhinoceros monster had a strong life force, and was not dead yet. It still had the energy to charge forward. At this point, another spear was thrown at it. Just as it was about to charge forward, the spear disappeared from the rhinoceros monster's sight. Pooh! Another long spear pierced deep into the rhinoceros monster's left eye. The rhinoceros monster roared angrily, and spat out blood from its mouth. It then slammed into the tree in a frenzy. Boom! His head smashed into a tree, breaking it in half. But at this time, Paisiun stepped forward and used his leg to kick the spear that had been stabbed into the tree once again. Pooh! The entire spear had almost pierced into the rhinoceros monster's brain. Woo! After suffering such a heavy injury, the rhinoceros monster's body trembled, and it let out a whimper before falling heavily to the ground. The crowd immediately burst into cheers. Pei Ziyun's face broke into a smile. The rhinoceros monster was second only to the sea demons. To be able to kill it, he was very happy. At this point, a boom sound could be heard, and he felt the space around him change drastically. What happened? Pei Ziyun took advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was on the rhinoceros monster to enter the space. Within the space, he saw a small temple floating in the darkness. Pei Ziyun's body flashed, and he entered the side of the Greek pillar. At this point, another pillar appeared. Below it was a rhinoceros monster. It looked like it was made of iron, but it also looked like it was made of copper. Wisps of mist were seeping out of it. This statue was huge, and the energy it emitted was very strong. Although the rhinoceros monster is strong, it shouldn't be able to produce such a strong energy. However, this strong energy isn't the reason why the space is shaking. The pillars are arranged to form a flat ground, and there's marble on the ground. This is the style of a temple. Pei Ziyun looked carefully, and saw that the pillars formed a circle. In the middle of the circle, there was a marble floor as well as a staircase. Sea monster, dual-headed lizard, bearman, arrow of Cupid, Palamedes, Cleodorus, Philoctetes, rhinoceros monster, and 3 other less famous heroes. A total of 12 pillars forming the foundation. Could it be that it's going to form a Greek temple? A light flashed in Pei Ziyun's mind. His heart was filled with joy, and he vaguely guessed something. Will it be like the Dessous world below, forming a temple? What will happen if a temple is formed? Just as he thought about it, he shouted, "System!" A small plum blossom quickly appeared and quickly enlarged, turning into a transparent information interface. With a faint sense of light, it appeared in front of him. Mission: involve the Greek city in the Battle of Troy, March 5th. Mission: kill Philoctetes and avenge Kronos, completed. Mission: protect the city of Corona and the son of Kronos, completed. Mission: support the Allies, change the strength of the city by January 3rd. I can pick up 2 now. The protagonist pressed on it, and 2 more fate points appeared. I have 12 fate points now. Hero Bloodline. Level 4, 112. 5%. Hero Bloodline could be upgraded, but it would have to wait until he reached a safe place. Pei Ziyun woke up. A few minutes later, everyone came to congratulate Prince Paris, praising him for his strength and valiance. Prince Paris, your bravery is a gift from the gods to the kingdom of Corona, the queen said, her eyes shining. Respected queen, you're praising me too much. Pei Ziyun said, avoiding her gaze. You killed this monster. What do you plan to do with it? The queen was slightly disappointed. I'll give it to the great Poseidon, Pei Ziyun said. Since he had come to the kingdom of Corona, there was no reason not to go to the temple of Poseidon. The soldiers carried the dead rhinoceros monster to the temple of Poseidon. The temple of Poseidon in the kingdom of Corona was a building supported by huge cylindrical pillars. The sacred forest was not too big, but the trees on both sides were all rare and precious. Pei Ziyun walked into the temple and found that the only difference between the temple of Poseidon and other temples was that the murals and reliefs on the walls were mostly about the story of the sea, and blue was the main color of the temple. The rhinoceros monster was carried to the altar by many soldiers, and the priest prayed to the statue of Poseidon. Prince Paris, the gods are very satisfied with your sacrifice, the priest said in the temple. Pei Ziyun nodded, bid farewell to the priest, and walked out of the temple. He said to the Queen of Corona, during my time in Corona, I will offer sacrifices to all the gods in the city of Corona. And all the corpses of the Greeks must be cremated or buried. I will give the corpses a silver coin to cross the river Styx. Kronos is my friend, noble queen. I will give these captives and the ships of the Greeks to you for you to deal with. The Queen of Corona was touched when she heard this. She did not expect Prince Paris to be so generous. she said, "Prince Paris, thank you for your generosity. The people of Corona will remember your gift and help. Also, your good deeds and piety will be liked by the gods. You see, the Greeks have buried the corpses. Now, please continue with the sacrifice. I have prepared a welcome banquet in the palace. After you finish the sacrifice, you can wash away the dust and blood and taste the wine." Mount Olympus Poseidon looked at Pei Ziyun's every move and said, "Prince Paris has avenged my son, protected my son's city, and buried the dead properly. This will earn my goodwill. Prince Paris will earn my forgiveness once." Although Prince Paris was in a different camp, and Poseidon was a god on the side of the Greeks, he still planned to forgive Prince Paris for offending him once. When the group of people left, there was suddenly black smoke in midair. Then, a figure flashing with red light appeared and gradually solidified. It was the appearance of a middle-aged man. It was Hercules. He appeared quietly and glanced at the direction in which Pei Ziyun left. He knew that in addition to the sacrifice, Paris would attend the banquet in the Corona Palace tonight and would not return until very late. His figure gradually faded and instantly appeared in the port of Corona. Pei Ziyun's ship was docked there. At this time, there were only a few soldiers guarding the ship. In addition to the warships of the Greeks, there were also Trojan warships in the port. The moonlight cast on the hulls of the ships. Even if there was no war, there were still soldiers patrolling. The slave oarsmen had eaten and let out thunderous snores. Chapter 578. But a black smoke with red light landed. All the soldiers stood there in a daze, as if they had fallen asleep. Their chests rose and fell slightly. The entire fleet was silent. Hercules glanced around and found the main ship. He threw a windbag in the corner and shrouded it with black fog. After doing all this, he looked around. Hercules, who had completed his mission, slowly faded away and disappeared from the port. Just as Hercules left, the moonlight seemed to condense into a phantom on the deck. It was the mysterious lady. She looked at where Hercules had placed the windbag and the direction the opening of the windbag was aimed at. She sighed. "Fate is really strange. Is it blowing in that direction? I wanted to adjust the direction of the windbag, but Hercules placed it in the right direction. Now I don't have to adjust it. It's blowing very far. It seems like the gods still have some goodwill. If they were too close, they wouldn't be able to expel Paris. If Paris rushed back, there might be an impatient god who directly killed this troublesome guy." The mysterious lady understood this and muttered to herself. When she finished, her figure gradually disappeared. In the next moment, it was as if a door had opened. The neighing of cows and sheep, the footsteps of the patrolling soldiers, and the snoring of the slaves in the cabins all returned to normal. The night at the port was deep and quiet. Only the sound of the tide and the sea breeze could be heard. Morning Pei Ziyun woke up early. He had drunk too much last night. The queen had arranged for him to rest in the palace. He had insisted on coming back, so she sent a carriage to send him back to rest. Pei Ziyun stretched his body at the port and breathed in the fresh morning air. He felt extremely comfortable. He pulled a soldier over and said, "Go to Motora City and tell the queen that we are leaving." "Yes, Prince Paris." The soldier hurried off. Pei Ziyun turned around and ordered everyone to pack up and prepare to set sail. In a short while, the queen and the prince led a group of people to the port. She looked at Pei Ziyun and said, "Prince Paris, are you not going to stay in the kingdom of Corona for a while?" Pei Ziyun shook his head and smiled. "Your Majesty, the other cities still need my help. Otherwise, they will be defeated by the Greeks like yesterday." Although it was said that it was easy to pin a crime on someone, there was still a huge difference between having evidence and not having evidence at all. Every time Pei Ziyun went to a place, he would pay his respects to the deities, even if they were his enemies. He would even bury his enemies according to etiquette. Whether this was effective or not, in fact, it was very effective. Other than Hera, no god had to kill Paris. Of course, my power is too great. When I reach the line of harvest, I will definitely die. No amount of kindness will be able to save me. But this can ensure that I will still be alive before I reach the critical point. Naturally, I can't do anything to the Queen of Corona. Otherwise, some deity can use this as a reason to kill me. Of course, the Queen didn't know what Prince Paris was thinking, but she could see that he was determined to leave. She was just being polite and said, "Prince Paris, I have brought you a gift. Please accept it." After saying that, a few servants walked out of the group, holding precious gifts. Pei Ziyun took a closer look and found that these gifts included ivory, gold, spices, and some expensive specialties. He did not refuse and said, "Your Majesty, thank you very much for your gift. Prince Paris, you have done so much for our kingdom of Corona. These gifts are nothing at all." The young prince asked, "Prince Paris, will you come back to see us?" Pei Ziyun smiled lightly and said, "When the war is over, I will come back to see you." After saying that, Pei Ziyun waved goodbye to the queen and the prince, and returned to the warship. Every time he saw the young prince, he would think of Kronos. He thought of that man's bravery on the battlefield, but unfortunately, he could not resist the cruelty of fate. Set sail. Pei Ziyun gave the order, and the fleet slowly left the port and set off into the distance. The queen watched as Pei Ziyun's fleet left, and her expression gradually became cold. She ordered, "Capture all the Greek prisoners in the dungeon and send them to the temple of Poseidon to be sacrificed to the great Poseidon." A part of the team rushed to the dungeon, tied up the Greek prisoners, and sent them to the temple of Poseidon. When they arrived at the temple, the Greek prisoners instantly understood their fate and screamed and roared. "Why? Prince Paris promised us that as long as we surrendered, he would not kill us. Why did he go back on his word?" The Greek prisoners questioned, but no one answered their questions. With their hands and feet tied, they were sent to the altar of the temple of Poseidon. "Prince Paris promised you, but the kingdom of Corona did not." A centurion sneered and waved his hand. "Kill them quickly." Before long, the blood of the prisoners dyed the altar of the temple of Poseidon red. "You will receive retribution. The Greeks will not let you go. God will not forgive you." In the face of death, these prisoners uttered their last curse, but it could not change their fate. The butcher's knife had already fallen, and their voices stopped abruptly. "Mother, why did you do this?" The young prince did not understand why his mother wanted to kill them. "We killed them not only because of the hatred between us and the Greeks, but also because we do not have the strength to guard these prisoners," the queen said. "The fleet of the Greeks may come again at any time. Once the fleet comes, these seemingly docile Greek prisoners will immediately riot. This will be a disaster for the kingdom of Corona, so we have to kill them." The young prince nodded, not really understanding. The queen ordered, "Drive the Greek ships to the hidden estuary and keep them well. If there is an emergency, we will go to the sea to hide." The elders of the kingdom of Corona nodded in agreement. This was a wise and prudent approach. The city of Corona had only been established for a short period of time. King Kronos was the son of Poseidon and a female immortal, so he was the first founder of the city. The entire city, in fact, only had thousands of citizens. It was simply impossible to guard so many Greek prisoners. And after losing Kronos, the prince was still young, and there was the danger of capsizing at any time. The queen's decision was not necessarily a bad choice for her. On the ship in the distance, Pei Ziyun stood on the deck. He seemed to have sensed something and smiled. He looked at the port and then looked into the distance. Seabirds were flying freely in the sky, chirping from time to time. The blue sky was as clear as jade, overlapping with the blue sea on the distant horizon, as if it was the end of the sky. The wind and waves on the sea were very small, and it was difficult to see huge waves rolling up. Small waves gently hit the bottom of the ship, making a hua 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 sound. This trip to the kingdom of Corona, Pei Zi-yun felt that he had gained a lot. Not only did he save his ally, the kingdom of Corona, fulfill his promise to protect Kronos' son and wife, but he also killed the powerful hero Periphas and the rhinoceros monster. The power of these two heroes alone should be enough for him to level up, not to mention the undigested power of the heroes he killed before. As for Paris, he had changed too much. According to the script, Paris was supposed to take Helen to find a small island far away from Troy, but now he went directly back, promoting the war a few years ahead of schedule, directly causing Achilles to be unable to participate in the war. Secondly, in history, Philoctetes, who could have returned home safely, was shot and killed by him. And because of him, Palamedes ended his life early, and on the battlefield, he killed many soldiers and heroes. These were all changes. Now, he had also changed the fate of the kingdom of Corona. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, he could only wait and see. What should be done had been done. Pei Zi-yun's reverie did not delay the busy work on the ship. At this moment, the sailors were adjusting the sails, using the sea breeze to quickly head towards Troy. At this moment, the black fog dissipated, and a sailor suddenly saw a bag in the corner of the deck. This bag was made of good cloth, and there was a string tied at the mouth of the bag. There were patterns around it, and the shape was very similar to a prince's wallet. The sailor looked left and right, and when he noticed that no one was paying attention, he secretly picked up the wallet. He was ecstatic, feeling that he had hit the jackpot this time. This kind of prince's wallet definitely had a lot of things inside. While no one was paying attention, the sailor pulled the string on the wallet, and the wallet opened. Boom! A gust of wind instantly blew out from the windbag, and the unlucky sailor was immediately blown out of the deck by this gust of wind. He flew into the sky, letting out a blood-curdling scream. What's going on? Pei Zi-yun woke up from his deep thoughts and was almost blown out. He grabbed the mast with one hand and shouted loudly. But no one could respond to his command. Strong winds were constantly released from the wind bag, and a huge tornado appeared in the sky, growing bigger and bigger. The top of the tornado connected the sky, and the bottom was connected to the sea. The entire ship was wrapped in the tornado, spinning rapidly, making a rumbling sound. The overflowing wind blew some of the ship's masts off. But the tornado did not seem to have accumulated enough energy, and continued to spin in the same place, not moving an inch. A huge amount of seawater was swept up into the sky by the tornado, forming a water screen. The ship that Pei Zi-yun was on could not resist such a strong suction force, and was swept up into the sky, spinning rapidly along with the tornado. Many of the sailors on the deck had been thrown into the sea when the tornado first formed. Now that they were swept up into the sky, under the huge force of the tornado, the entire ship let out a caw-caw-caw sound. Some of the sailors in the cabin were thrown out, screaming in pain as they were swept up into the sky, or into the sea. Some were directly thrown out of the ship. Pei Zi-yun clung to the largest mast on the ship, gritting his teeth and holding on. But the tornado covered the sky, and the clouds in the sky formed a funnel shape. At this point, the tornado seemed to have accumulated enough energy, and was slowly moving away from the ship. Pei Zi-yun clung to the mast with all his might, gritting his teeth and holding on. He did not make a sound, and used all his might to tie himself to the mast. Just when he was done, a wooden bucket flew up and smashed into his head. Boom! Before he fainted, Pei Zi-yun only had one thought in his mind: I've been plotted against by the gods. Chapter 579. The tornado became more and more powerful. The seawater kept rising into the sky, forming a funnel-shaped whirlpool. A rare waterspout appeared. The tornado moved very quickly. In a short while, it had moved more than 10 miles. A phantom slowly landed on the surface of the sea formed by the tornado. She stepped on the water quietly, not causing any ripples. The phantom stood on the surface of the sea in the distance, looking at the tornado that was moving further and further away. He nodded in satisfaction and muttered to himself, "Fate has arranged for Prince Paris to go to Calgar on the Isle of Ae. Calgar is not one to be trifled with. If Prince Paris is careless, he will become an animal. Is it a wild boar, a wild wolf, or a fierce lion? According to Prince Paris's status and bravery, he should be a majestic lion." At this point, the phantom even smiled. "I even want to see what Prince Paris looks like when he turns into a lion. Ordinary people become wild boars, sometimes even killed for meat. Brave warriors become wolves, and heroes become lions. They were the best of all beasts. I believe that in a few years, Prince Paris will become a human again. This way, he will be able to kick Prince Paris out of Troy and control him as much as possible. God is really thoughtful. But with my help, he will overcome this." At this point, the tornado had almost disappeared from the horizon. The phantom continued, "When I get there, I will help Prince Paris enter Okeanos Beach as soon as possible." As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared in the blink of an eye. Not far from Aiea Island, she appeared again. She looked around and suddenly saw something. Found it. Not far from her, there was a huge fluctuation in the water. A monster leaped out from the bottom of the sea. It was a snake-necked dragon. Its body was huge, at least 20 meters long, and it was 7 meters tall. Its back was covered in thick scales, and its neck was also covered in a thick layer of scales. The snake-necked dragon monster had just broken out of the sea. It seemed to have not surfaced for a long time. At this time, it was swimming quickly and playing on the surface. The phantom lady looked at all of this. Although the monster was not very strong, its condition was not bad. Qianren was satisfied. It met her expectations. A drop of blood appeared on his palm. The drop of blood slowly spun about an inch above his palm. As the dark red light flashed, there was a hint of enchanting color. The phantom lady pointed her finger at the Medusa dragon monster that was playing in the sea. The blood swirling on her palm streaked across the sky and shot towards the Medusa dragon monster. The drop of blood gradually slowed down and floated in front of the Medusa dragon. The monster seemed to know the fate that awaited it. It stopped moving and allowed the blood to slowly seep into its forehead. The moment it seeped into its forehead, there seemed to be a flash of red light, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. A moment later, on the head of the snake-necked dragon water monster, a bump of blood slowly grew. It looked like a horn. If this monster was a horse on land and it grew a horn, people would think it was a unicorn. Roar! A deafening roar came from the monster's mouth. Under the effect of the blood, it swelled up. It now looked like a ship. The mysterious figure looked at the serpentine monster that was roaring and nodded in satisfaction. The effect is not bad. It will chase after Prince Paris and drive him through the gap of death, Oceanus. Only then will he be able to pass through the corridor of fate. The phantom lady slowly moved her feet on the surface of the sea. The waves under the sea did not affect her at all. There were no water splashes on her feet either. Go. Attack the Aegean island and chase after Prince Paris. The phantom lady waved her hand and drove the monster away. Don't be afraid of Calgar. Although she is the child of the sun god Helios and the sea god's daughter, I know those gods too well. They would rather kill her through the hands of a hero than do it themselves. The monster roared and dived into the sea. It dove into the bottom of the sea and headed for the Aegean island. The monster disappeared. The phantom lady looked in the direction of the tornado and said softly, "I will prepare the next part for you." After saying this, the phantom lady's figure slowly disappeared from the sea. The next moment she appeared on a beach. The beach was called Oceanus Beach. It was very large, with a radius of a few kilometers. The white sand on the beach made it look like a beautiful scenery. However, the thick fog covered everything all year round. There was very little sunlight, but it did not seem to affect the growth of the plants here. The phantom lady appeared on the beach. She stepped on the fine sand and slowly walked toward the beach. But upon closer inspection, the phantom lady did not leave any footprints on the white sand. Not far from the beach were rows of poplar and willow trees. Although there was little sunlight here, the trees were growing well. There were some shrubs under the trees, but they were not very dense. Persephone's sacred forest. Persephone was the queen of the underworld in Greek mythology. She was the daughter of Zeus, the king of the gods, and Demeter, the goddess of agriculture. She was kidnapped by Hades and married to him in the underworld, becoming the queen of the underworld. The phantom lady arrived there step by step. She did not make a sound. She looked at the sacred forest and fell into some kind of reminiscence. After a while, she slowly broke away from the emotions. Her eyes kept scanning the forest, looking for suitable monsters in the forest. This place was strange. There were all kinds of monsters living here. Some even lived here. Perhaps it had something to do with the thick fog and the lack of sunlight, which made it a paradise for monsters. There were many types of monsters here. Many monsters that were rarely seen or even extinct in the outside world could be found here. There were monsters with the head of a lion and the body of a goat that could spit fire. There were monsters with the mouth of a dog and the tail of a dragon that could spit poison. There were also monsters that were half man and half bull with immense strength. The phantom lady searched the forest for a while. She fixed her eyes on a monster with the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and the tail of a dragon. She looked at it carefully. Found it. It's the descendant of Kamal. It looks a little thin. I don't know how many generations it has been diluted, but it doesn't matter. As long as it's the descendant of Typhon. The first generation of this monster that could spit fire was born from Typhon and Echidna. It had the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and the tail of a snake. The lion's head, goat's body, and snake's tail could all spit fire. In the original history, this monster was eventually killed by Bellerophon, who rode on a Pegasus. Of course, this was not the original. It was a descendant of an unknown number of generations. The phantom lady took out another drop of blood. With a flick of her right hand, the drop of blood shot toward the monster with the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and the tail of a snake. When it reached the monster, its speed gradually slowed down and it slowly merged with its body. The moment the drop of blood merged with the monster's body, there was a flash of red light. The monster's body expanded rapidly. The lion's head, goat's body, and dragon's tail seemed to have increased in size. Its entire body seemed to have doubled in size. Roar! The monster raised its head and let out a loud roar. The sound shook the forest. When the other monsters heard this roar, they all raised their heads and looked in this direction. Seeing that there was no more movement, they calmed down. As for the stone monster with the body of a goat, the tail of a dragon, and the body of a goat, it seemed to be happy that it had obtained great power. It kept pacing in the forest. The monster's pacing seemed to be what the phantom lady wanted. She chuckled. She was quite satisfied with the monster's performance. She nodded and said, "You just wait here in the forest. When Prince Paris appears, it will be time for you to fulfill your destiny." Roar! Another roar was heard. The monster seemed to be replying to the phantom lady's words. The three monsters have completed their plan. Now it's time to complete that one. The phantom lady mumbled to herself. She slowly retreated from the forest and found a gap in the valley. It was dark and gloomy. She slowly closed her eyes. Suddenly, her right hand drew something in the air. A series of complicated lines were drawn in the air. The lines did not fade away. More and more lines were drawn. In the end, it became a mysterious picture. The picture was a little strange, but the phantom lady was satisfied with it. The moment the picture was completed, the whole picture lit up and quickly disappeared. The whole picture gradually became transparent and hid in the gap of the valley. It was difficult to see it with the naked eye. The phantom lady looked at it and was satisfied. This is Oceanus. It is foggy all year round and the sun cannot shine. The tributaries of the river Styx, the Verflechthen River and the Cusitos River, flow into the Aran River here. It leads to the real Hades, between hell and the human world. At the gap in the valley, even mortals can see the spirits of the dead rushing in. They want to taste the blood of the sacrifices. Below is the Hades. The three monsters represent heaven, the human world, and the underworld. It also contains the blood of Typhon from the earth. They were all killed by Prince Paris, who has the blood of the King of Gods. Combined with this picture, they will arrive at the designated destination. After she finished, the dim, mysterious picture lit up again. It seemed to be responding to the phantom lady's words. Don't worry. This is the territory of the Titan god Oceanus. He is the son of Gaia and Uranus. The power of Mount Olympus is weak here. I am here. I will stop the gods from finding out. The phantom lady said confidently, as if stopping the gods from finding out was a piece of cake. Also, the journey of fate may be long, but in the real world, the ripples are only for a short moment. The gods will not notice anything. Thank Mount Olympus for chasing Prince Paris here. Even if Prince Paris could return immediately, it would take him 2 years. After that, she looked at the sky in the distance and shook her head. She sighed. But even if this is achieved, it will only complete fate and plant the seed. The real hope will have to wait for another place. The moment her words subsided, Lady Phantom vanished from where she stood. Meanwhile, Oroano's beach remained the same as it always was. Further away in the sacred forest, rows of poplars and willows were swaying gently in the wind. Chapter 580. Cough, cough, cough. Pei Ziyun woke up and opened his eyes. He realized that he was still on the deck of the ship, but his whole body was in pain. He endured the pain and climbed up from the deck. He looked around and realized that his ship was stranded on a white beach. From the looks of it, he was on an island. Pei Ziyun looked at his ship and realized that it was heavily damaged. However, it could still be repaired. He looked at the sailors and heaved a sigh of relief. Wake up, wake up. He found more than 10 sailors in the cabin and woke them up. Prince Paris. The sailors called out to Pei Ziyun. At this point, their eyes were wide open, and they had no idea what had happened. All they knew was that their ship had been attacked by a tornado without warning. The ship was swept into the air, and they could not remember anything else. What happened just now? Pei Ziyun thought back. Not long after they set off, a strong wind suddenly appeared on the ship. This strong wind turned into a tornado and blew him to this island. I was blown away by the tornado because I changed the plot too much and was expelled from the Battle of Troy? Damn it. Pei Ziyun's face was ashen. The gods of Mount Olympus had no effect on him, and had directly expelled him to this deserted island. He had no choice but to take things one step at a time. For the time being, he had to survive on this deserted island. Luckily, he still had a ship which he needed to repair first. Pei Ziyun looked at the uneasy sailors in front of him. He knew that they were afraid of the unknown. Not only them, even he was at a loss. However, he could not show his fear. He instructed, "The few of you form groups of 2. Take your weapons and hunt on the island. Also, look for fresh water." He then pointed to a few sailors and said, "The few of you, take your tools and go to the island to cut down trees and repair the ship. Remember to bring your weapons." Pei Ziyun pointed to the last 2 sailors and said, "The 2 of you, take your weapons and follow me to the island to see if there is any danger." Pei Ziyun knew that in the Greek mythology, islands were the home of many monsters. He had to patrol the island and find out if there was any danger. Pei Ziyun hung the bronze sword at his waist and held a long spear in his hands. He then led 2 fully armed soldiers down the battleship. The moment they stepped off the battleship and stepped onto the soft beach, they could feel that something was different. It was too quiet. Could there really be a powerful monster? Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he continued walking for a while. Suddenly, the view before his eyes widened as he saw a lush forest. Not sensing any danger, Pei Ziyun led the two soldiers and walked slowly through the forest. Suddenly, a wisp of green smoke rose in front of them. There are signs of human habitation? Pei Ziyun felt strange as he followed the trail of green smoke. After walking for a distance, he could faintly see the outline of a building in front of him. Don't get close. Let's take a look first. Pei Ziyun and the two soldiers hurriedly hid themselves. After a while, they pushed aside the branches and a palace appeared before their eyes. The palace was square-shaped and supported by marble pillars. The four corners of the palace dome had huge flying eaves, which looked a little strange. It was surrounded by a white wall that surrounded the entire palace, isolating it from the outside world. Pei Ziyun looked at the wall surrounding him and the palace. His expression changed as he thought to himself, is this the palace of the nymphs or the goddess? It was easy to tell. Normally, in order to maintain a palace, a mortal would need many farmers and servants. However, he did not see any fields or farmhouses. That's why I think this is the palace of the nymphs or the goddess. Only a deity would be able to maintain a palace without farmers and servants. His heart was certain that this was the palace of a deity. Pei Ziyun hesitated for a while before moving closer to take a look. Taking a few steps closer, he peered through the gaps in the walls and was shocked. The soldier whispered, "There are animals inside. There are wild boars. There are also wild wolves and lions. Who would keep these in a palace?" Pei Ziyun did not speak, but he immediately understood where he was. Is this the Aegean island Kale? Kale was the daughter of the sun god Helios and Perseus. She was an expert in potions. Pei Ziyun's expression changed. He did not think that he would be blown to the Aegean island by a tornado. Kale was a witch, and often used potions to turn her enemies or those who opposed her into monsters. Retreat, let's retreat quickly. Pei Ziyun ordered the soldiers as he ran towards the forest. He had thought that this island was a desolate and uninhabited island, but it turned out to be the Aegean island. The most important thing was that the terrible witch Calgar lived there. The wild wolves and lions he had seen just now were clearly caused by the witch. Pei Ziyun retreated into the forest and gradually calmed down. He realized that he had been frightened by the witch's name. She might not be as scary as the rumors said. Many years later, Odysseus would come here after this story. At that time, Calgar turned the sailors into beasts, and Hermes pointed out to Odysseus. He pulled out a black root grass with white flowers from the ground and told Odysseus that it was a magical herb. As long as you bring this grass, her witchcraft and potions will not be able to turn people into animals. In addition, it was recorded that when Odysseus drew his sword and ran, she would beg for mercy. This shows that she was not very strong. Thinking up to this point, Pei Ziyun retreated a distance away and looked around carefully. Indeed, he plucked a stalk of black root grass that was blooming with hundreds of flowers. Pei Ziyun looked at the grass as his lips curled up into a smile. He had come to this island by accident. It could be said that the gods had sent him here. Since this was the arrangement, how could he not go and meet the legendary witch, Kale? He was afraid that he would fall into Kale's trap, so he quickly retreated. If he was accidentally turned into a monster, he would not be able to leave this island for the rest of his life. No, not for the rest of my life. The gods will release themselves when the time is right and then reap their lives. Although he had the help of the plum blossom, he did not want to get into trouble. Now that he was prepared, he could calmly go and see Kale. Thinking of this, Pei Ziyun stood up and wanted to go in. But then he realized that there were no gods watching him. Pei Ziyun thought to himself, I have to be more careful. I have accumulated enough. In the past, I was often watched by the gods, so I did not level up. Now, system, level up. Boom. A plum blossom appeared in front of his eyes and quickly grew bigger. It turned into an information interface with a faint light. Following that, a loud explosion sounded out. Pei Ziyun was startled, and his heart thumped furiously. He took a deep breath, and his blood began to glow with a golden light. It was obvious that his blood had been purified and evolved. He looked at the system and realized that there were changes. Hero Blood Meridians. Level 5, 15, 8%. Special Skill, Nimble Wind, 81%. Special Skill, Cast Iron Bronze, 55. 7%. Special Skill, Affinity with Water, 13. 6%. My strength has increased again. Nimble Wind is almost full, I feel like the wind. Cast Iron Bronze has recovered by half, and I have an additional affinity with water. Is this because of my own blood from Zeus and the river god? After leveling up, Pei Ziyun then instructed the two soldiers, let's go and meet the owner of this place. Pei Ziyun brought the two soldiers and walked towards the entrance of the palace. Just as he reached the entrance, a young lady came out with a group of beautiful fairies. Pei Ziyun looked at the young lady in front of him and knew that she must be the legendary Kailku. Ah, esteemed guest, I am very happy that you could come to the Isle of Aegea and visit my palace. Kailku said warmly. Esteemed lady, thank you very much for your grand welcome. This is my first time here, and I was attracted by the beauty of this palace. I hope I did not disturb you. How could I? Esteemed guest, I have already prepared a banquet in my palace. Please follow me. Pei Ziyun did not expect Kailku to invite him to a banquet in her palace without even asking for his name or where he came from. That's right, she has a magic potion. As long as I drink a mouthful of wine or eat a mouthful of food, I will become an animal. Pei Ziyun laughed to himself. It's just that she is too anxious. This kind of unusual treatment will easily arouse suspicion. As the saying goes, there is no such thing as a good banquet. Luckily, he was prepared and was not afraid of her. Thinking of this, Pei Ziyun followed Kailku into the palace. After entering the palace, unlike other places where Kailku had transformed into monsters, there were many fresh flowers planted here. When people entered, it was as if they were in a sea of flowers. Coupled with the scenery here, it was easy to let down one's guard. Brilliant! Pei Ziyun secretly praised. The reliefs and murals in the palace were all beautiful sceneries and fairies, which made one feel good at a glance. The banquet seats were covered with luxurious woolen rugs, and the tables were filled with delicacies. There were exquisite grapes, wine, and all kinds of fruit. Come, esteemed guest, welcome from afar. Let us drink this cup. Kailku finished speaking and drank the wine in one gulp. Pei Ziyun smiled and also drank the wine in his cup. He said, Esteemed lady, thank you for your warm hospitality. After saying this, he picked up the roasted meat on the table and ate it. When Kailku saw Pei Ziyun drink and eat the meat, she smiled even more happily. She pointed at Pei Ziyun and said, Change, change, change. But to her great disappointment, Pei Ziyun sat there quietly and did not respond. What's going on? Who are you? Why does my magic potion have no effect on you? She seemed to remember that she had asked about Pei Ziyun's identity. She was extremely confident in her magic potion and suffered a setback in her life. She continued, No one has ever been able to resist my magic. Could it be that you are Austin? Many years ago, Hermes came to me and made a prophecy. He said that you would pass by this place on your way back from Troy. Could it be that the Battle of Troy has ended? Kailku seemed to believe in Hermes' prophecy. Even before Pei Ziyun revealed his identity, she was already certain that Pei Ziyun was Austin. Chapter 581. Pei Ziyun sat on the woolen rug and drank the wine in his cup. He quietly listened to Kale describe the prophecy that Hermes had told him. Kale, on the whole, is not very strong, and should belong to the nymphs. However, nymph, have a wide range. Some are secondary goddesses in Greek mythology, while others are fairies. They do not age or get sick, but they will die. If my spiritual sense is not wrong, I do not feel the essence of a god. No wonder Odysseus was able to threaten it with a sword. But unless I am forced to, I do not want to use force. After all, Odysseus has the strong protection and support of Athena, and I do not. I am the Prince of Troy, Paris. I am not the Odysseus that you speak of. I was blown here by the tornado, and fate has brought me to your palace. Because of this, I am immune to your magic potion. Paris was the Prince of Troy, and not the Odysseus that you are talking about. After saying this, Pei Ziyun paused for a moment, then added, "But I hope to receive your warm hospitality." Which god told you this secret? As soon as Pei Ziyun's voice fell, Kale asked impatiently, however, "Just this alone is not enough to protect your safety. You are a mortal, and I am the daughter of the great sun god Helios and the sea god's daughter, Pelset." Kale said with a tone of contempt, obviously not interested in Pei Ziyun's words. She was the child of the sun god Helios and the sea god's daughter, Perseus. She was the sister of King Aetes, and the aunt of Medea. All of these gave her reason to look down on Pei Ziyun's identity as the Prince of Troy, and she was also a great witch herself. Pei Ziyun heard Kale's words and laughed. "Kale, great witch, this is not the way to treat a guest." As he said this, his hand touched the hilt of his sword. If Kale made a move, he might have to fight her. But if that happened, he and Kale would no longer have any room to turn back. Kale glanced at it and noticed the sword. He did not seem to want to shed all pretense of cordiality. He heard her say, however, "There has been a sudden appearance of a sea monster on the island of Ej recently. It has attacked many ships, causing the number of ships on my island to dwindle. My pets have also decreased. You are a prince, a hero. I hope you can kill the sea monster so you can gain my friendship." Kale was a realist. Since the magic potion did not work on Pei Ziyun, she wanted Pei Ziyun to work for her to gain her friendship. "What you say is reasonable, Miss Kale." Pei Ziyun stood up and bowed to Ka-Erku. He then said, "Esteemed witch, I need a boat to kill these sea monsters. But my boat is now damaged, and I don't have much food and water left. Only my gold and bronze have not been thrown away. I offer you these gifts in return for your hospitality, and at the same time ask you to permit me to cut down trees on your island and repair the ship." The smile on Ka-Erku's face was obviously a little wider than before. Everyone liked a generous customer like Pei Ziyun, and the gift was exactly what she wanted. He heard her say, "I can promise you all that you and your friends will be treated peacefully. After the mission is completed, I will send you back and give you a suitable sea map so that you won't get lost on the sea." "Thank you very much, Miss Kale." As Pei Ziyun spoke, he gulped down another cup of wine and sighed deeply. He thought to himself, "I wonder how the fleet is doing?" Troy Palace news of Pei Ziyun's accident had been sent back to the palace and the two mansions. At this moment, King Priam was listening to the report of the centurion of the fleet, while Anon and Helen rushed from their mansions to the palace. After entering, King Priam nodded and said, "My dear daughters, please take a seat. The centurion is about to tell you the news." "Respected King Priam, ladies, I am very sorry to inform you that Prince Paris's ship was attacked by a tornado. Of the entire fleet, only his ship was attacked," the centurion said. "What about the other ships?" Priam asked with a gloomy face. "The other ships regrouped after the tornado. One of them sank, but fortunately there were no casualties." This time, the appearance of the tornado was very strange. It suddenly appeared directly above the ship that Prince Paris was on. At that time there was no warning at all, so no one had time to prepare. So, it seems that the tornado is targeting one of Paris's ships? Priam asked. I am afraid so, the centurion replied. All right, I understand. You can go now. Priam waved his hand and said. Anon and Helen, who had just arrived, were pale. When they heard that Paris's ship was in trouble, their hearts felt heavy, as if a heavy stone was weighing down on them. Seeing their expressions, Priam comforted them. My daughters, don't worry. I have already sent a priest to Apollo to ask for an oracle. It will tell you where Paris is. After all, Paris is still very favored by Apollo. I believe that he will return with glory and gold, just like before. Anon nodded and was lost in thought. My father, respected king, I will pray to God and ask for his safe return. As for gold and glory, to be honest, I miss the days on Mount Idamore. Back then, Paris was still herding goat. The food was simple, but we lived happily. At this point, Anon sighed. Helen was also in a bad mood, and the atmosphere became awkward. But then, footsteps could be heard from outside. At this time, the priest who had gone to the temple of Apollo returned. Your Majesty, Prince Paris is not in trouble yet, but it may take a long time for him to return. Did Apollo tell you where Paris is? Priam asked. No, the god only told me that Paris is not in trouble and that it will take a long time for him to return to Troy. He did not say anything else. Hearing this, Anon and Helen were a little relieved. As long as he was alive, he would return sooner or later. Priam continued to comfort them. Don't worry, Paris will come back. If you need anything, you can talk to the queen or you can talk to me directly. This was something that Priam could do. They all hoped that Paris would return as soon as possible. Thank you for your concern, father, the two said at the same time. After confirming that Paris was safe, they said goodbye to Priam and went back to the mansion. When Paris was here, he could give Anon and Helen shelter. Without Paris, they needed to learn to live strong. In the palace, Priam watched as Anon and Helen gradually disappeared into the distance. His face was so gloomy that it could drip water. According to the centurion's description, the tornado was only aimed at him. It was obviously the god who had taken action. Could it be that the god saw that Paris was too outstanding and wanted to banish him? Could it be that the god is still not willing to care for the great Troy? Priam thought in grief and indignation. At this time, footsteps could be heard again. A servant reported, Your Majesty, a fleet has just arrived at the port. It is Prince Herthar's fleet. He has returned victorious. The prince is rushing over immediately. Quick, let him come. After losing Paris, Priam relied on Hector even more. So when Hector returned to the palace, he saw Priam greeting him from afar on the steps. Hector walked over with a happy expression and reported, Father, we did not fail in our mission this time. We saved Mysia in time and forced the Greeks to retreat. Perhaps because Herthar was too happy, or perhaps because of his rough personality, he did not notice that there was something wrong with Priam's expression. He asked, Father, what happened to Paris and Aeneas? Aeneas went to rescue Lyrnessus and has not returned. Paris disappeared on the way back from rescuing Corona. Hector was shocked. Only then did he notice that there was something wrong with Priam's expression. He asked, Father, who is it? Who could hurt Paris? Hector knew that his brother was amazing. He could arrange everything in an orderly manner and was not weak. It was unbelievable that someone had the ability to make him disappear. When Paris came back, he was attacked by a tornado, and the tornado only targeted Paris, Priam said, a little numb. Hector's heart trembled when he heard this. He was not a fool. He immediately understood the meaning of Priam's words and fell silent. Some things could not be said openly, especially when discussing gods or gods. Gods could easily find out. Once targeted, one could imagine the consequences. Because they claimed to be more beautiful than goddesses and more talented than male gods, They were either dead or turned into animals. Hearing Priam's words, Hector could only ask, "Father, do you know where Paris is?" Just now, the priest went to the temple of Apollo to make a sacrifice. The answer Apollo gave was that Paris was not in trouble, but it would be a long time before he could return to Troy. "He's been banished," Hector muttered. "Yeah, he's been banished." "Hector, Troy will depend on you from now on," Priam said, a little dispirited. "Don't worry, father. I will protect Troy with my life," Hector said loudly. In history, Hector did indeed pledge his life to protect Troy. Until his death, Troy did not fall. However, once he died, Troy no longer had a powerful hero, and soon fell. "Father, what are the casualties of Paris's fleet?" Hector asked. "I'm not sure what happened to Paris's ship. Other than one sinking, there were no casualties. Even the gifts were brought back," Priam said. "That's good. Although Paris is not here for now, we just need to gather more allies to fight against the Greek. Father, especially after I saved Mysia this time, I am even more certain of this idea." After saying this, both of them fell into silence. Chapter 582. O Island, Natural Harbor. Pei-Zi-Yun enjoyed a sumptuous banquet in Kale's palace before bidding farewell to Kale. "Respected lady, thank you for your warm hospitality. I still need food and water from you, as well as the gold and bronze on the ship." When Kale heard the mention of gold and bronze, his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Your request is simple. I will arrange for my servants to bring my pets to deliver these items to you." "Oh, beautiful lady, you are too generous. I will definitely get rid of the sea monster as soon as possible." With that, Pei-Zi-Yun turned and followed the servant out. "They are all beautiful ladies, just that they seem more fragile." There were 4 maids in total, and they all looked like beautiful and elegant fairies. They opened the door and called out, and a wild wolf and a fierce lion rushed out of the courtyard. The wild wolf bared its sharp teeth, and the lion shook its unkempt mane. The 2 soldiers were so afraid that they wanted to run, but Pei-Zi-Yun did not move. On one hand, he knew that these beasts were humans, and on the other, he was not afraid at all. "It's just wolves and lions. If they really attack, I'll just kill them." As he hesitated, the beasts surrounded him. The strange thing was that the beasts were very gentle. The fairy commanded them to carry heavy food and water on their back. The water was all stored in jars. They stood in a row, waiting for their master to give the order. Pei-Zi-Yun looked at the beasts in front of him. He wanted to help, but he could not. "Let's go." The fairy gave the order. The lions and wolves dragged the food and water in a long line towards the beach. Before long, Pei-Zi-Yun had brought them to the beach where the ship was docked. He ordered his men to move all the food and water onto the ship. He then moved the gold and bronze off the ship and placed them on the backs of the wild beasts so that they could carry them back. Just like that, Pei-Zi-Yun completed his first transaction with Kale. The process was smooth. "Gold and bronze do not mean much to me." Pei-Zi-Yun was not much wealthier than the king or the prince. However, the king and the prince had saved up for their future. Pei-Zi-Yun did not have such thoughts. He used the gold and bronze generously. This was one of the reasons that the gods liked. It was obvious that Kale was the same. He even sent people to bring some tools to repair the ship. After a while, the soldiers who had cut down the trees also came back. When they knew that the prince and the female fairy who lived on the island had reached an agreement, they could not help but cheer. They used food and tools to process the trees into various parts for the ship, and then repaired the ship. The repair of the entire ship took about a week. Although it took a long time, it was sufficient to ensure the safety of the ship at sea. By the time the repairs were completed, it was already nighttime. Pei-Zi-Yun took advantage of the high tide to sail the repaired ship out to sea. After circling the island for a while, they found a natural harbor that was sheltered from the wind. Pei Zi-yun then ordered the ship to sail in. Within the cliff, Pei Zi-yun spent the night peacefully. The next morning, the ship set sail and prepared to head out to sea in search of the sea monster. Prince Paris, we've found traces of a sea monster. It seemed that the sea monster was hovering near the island of Aiea, and soon a sailor hurried over to report the situation. Pei Zi-yun looked over and saw that on the surface of the sea, a serpentine monster with a horn on its forehead was rushing towards the shore. The body of the sea monster was huge. It was more than 20 meters long and 10 meters tall. Its blood-red eyes seemed to have some kind of magical power that could steal one's soul. The appearance of the sea monster was really coincidental. Pei Zi-yun was just about to look for it when it came to him. Pei Zi-yun looked at the sea monster carefully and saw that it was similar to Kale's description. He knew that this was the sea monster that Kale had said had attacked so many ships. At this moment, he saw the sea monster heading towards the shore. His heart flashed with a trace of surprise. He did not know what was attracting it to the shore. Without thinking too much, Pei Zi-yun immediately ordered the sailor to turn the ship and head in the direction of the sea monster. He wanted to kill the sea monster and complete Kale's task as soon as possible so that he could return to Troy as soon as possible. He did not want to be like Odysseus and wander the seas for 10 years. Pei Zi-yun's ship sped towards the sea monster and successfully blocked its path before it reached the shore. The sea monster was extremely fierce. When it saw a ship heading towards it, it immediately changed its direction and charged towards the ship. Pei Zi-yun's eyes turned cold. He saw that the back of the sea monster was covered with scales, but there were no scales on its sides. He aimed the spear in his hand and viciously threw it. The spear shot towards the side of the sea monster. Pooh! The defense of the back of the sea monster was not strong. The bronze spear pierced through more than half of its body, and fresh blood flowed out from the wound. Roar! The snake-necked dragon let out a deafening roar as it charged towards the ship that Pei Zi-yun was on with even greater ferocity. Dodge! The ship quickly changed direction and narrowly avoided the monster's attack. However, Pei Zi-yun knew that this time he had hit it with his spear. The next time the monster attacked, it would not be so easy to dodge. He looked around and picked up the bronze anchor on the ship. He tested its weight and nodded his head in satisfaction. He still remembered that the first time he killed the sea monster, he had used a bronze anchor as well. This showed that if the bronze anchor was used properly, it would be extremely powerful. Go, my anchor! When the sea monster attacked again, Pei Zi-yun aimed at its bleeding wound and viciously threw the anchor at it. Xiao! The bronze anchor hit the sea monster's wound at an extremely fast speed, penetrating deep into the snake-necked dragon's body and even squeezing out the bronze spear. The snake-necked dragon let out a deafening roar. It was obvious that the pain it suffered this time was far greater than when the spear was nailed in. The serpentine monster struggled with all its might, but no matter how hard it tried, it could not get rid of the bronze anchor. The bronze anchor was like a nail in the sea monster's body. It seemed to know that struggling was futile. It changed its strategy and ran towards the sea. The ship, under the pull of the sea monster, followed it. Prince, it's dragging us along. Quickly cut the rope. The sailor cried out in fear. Pei Zi-yun looked at him and refused. No, I must kill it. If not, how are we going to get back? Could it be that you know the way back to Troy? No, we must kill this sea monster and get the map from Kale. As he said this, Pei Zi-yun looked at the sea monster dragging the ship away. He suddenly thought of the story of the old man and the sea. Perhaps the old man had encountered a similar situation? Return empty-handed, or risk the danger and fight the sea monster. Let's see who would admit defeat in the end. Furthermore, Pei Zi-yun wanted to kill the sea monster to level up. Hence, he had to kill it. This monster was huge, and would definitely increase his strength. The serpentine monster dived into the sea and surfaced again, but it did not slow down at all. The ship broke through the waves as it sped forward. The sea monster was pulling the ship along. It was a strange scene, as if the sea monster was doing free labor for them. The sailors could only resign themselves to their fate. The sea monster was dragging their ship deeper into the sea, and they did not know where it would take them. The sea was vast, and there was not a single piece of land in sight. The color of the water was getting darker, and large fish could be seen swimming in it. After some time, the speed of the ship slowed down. Pei Zi-yun thought that the sea monster must be tired. After a while, the ship stopped and moved with the waves. "Prince, the sea monster seems to be dead," a sailor reported. Pei Zi-yun looked up and saw the sea monster floating on the surface of the sea, not moving an inch. "It's dead." There was no need for any other evidence. Just the statue of the serpentine monster was enough for Pei Zi-yun to know that the sea monster was dead. However, the ship was deep in the sea, and he had no idea where it was. There was only water everywhere and no island in sight. An experienced sailor guided the ship forward. After some time, someone exclaimed in surprise, "Prince, look, it's land." Pei Zi-yun, who was resting with his eyes closed, stood up and looked into the distance. Indeed, land could be seen in the distance. He then ordered, "Open the sails, full speed ahead." The sails of the ship were opened up and the wind blew. Before long, they were nearing land. From afar, it looked like an island. The island was covered with lush vegetation and was shrouded in mist. "Take up your weapons and be on guard," Pei Zi-yun ordered. The sailor picked up his spear and cautiously docked the ship on a beach. The beach was shrouded in mist, and it was difficult for the sunlight to penetrate. Pei Zi-yun brought a few sailors down from the ship and stepped onto the white sand. He felt slightly uneasy, as the surroundings were too quiet. In addition, the sunlight was scarce, and visibility was not good. Two groups of sailors went ashore to investigate. Gradually, they walked further away. Pei Zi-yun was about to remind them to be careful when all of a sudden, he heard a scream, "Ah, there's a monster." Following that, a series of screams could be heard. Pei Zi-yun looked towards the direction of the sound. At the edge of the beach, a few monsters could be seen. The monsters appeared and disappeared, and he could not see them clearly. The screams of the sailors could be heard. How could Pei Zi-yun allow the monsters to act so presumptuously? He instructed the sailors on the ship, "Use the anchor and stay on the rocks. Don't come down. I'll go take a look." The sailors on the ship nodded. They had full trust in Prince Paris. After all, Prince Paris had killed many monsters. Pei Zi-yun raised his spear and rushed towards the direction of the sound. Just as he came out of the mist, he saw a monster biting a sailor. It was dragging him deeper into the forest. "Die!" Pei Zi-yun shouted in anger, and threw his spear at the monster. "Shio!" The spear pierced through the air, and with a "piu" sound, the monster was nailed to the ground. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The monster screamed and threw the sailor away. Although the sailor was thrown away, he did not move. It was obvious that he was dead. Damn it! There weren't many sailors left, and now they had lost two of them. This was like adding snow to snow. Pei Zi-yun was enraged. He rushed in front of the monster and blocked the spear before stabbing it down. Chapter 583. Even a weak beast like this could cause the realm to reap its harvest. Pei Zi-yun felt something when he pinned the beast to the ground. However, he did not look at it immediately. Instead, he checked on the sailor. The sailor's body was dyed red with blood. He was breathing more than he was breathing. Pei Zi-yun slowly closed the sailor's eyes. He had finally avenged him. Only then did he sink his consciousness into the realm. As long as he closed his eyes, he could feel himself fusing with the realm. In the dark void there was a floating ground. There were buildings on it. One was a complete temple, and the other was a newly formed pillar and foundation. The beast I just killed did not turn into a pillar or an iron statue like the other beasts I killed before. Is it because the bloodline is too thin? This place seemed to be eternally dark. Only the small temple shone with a faint light. The newly formed pillar also shone with a faint light, illuminating the carvings on the pillar. One of the shorter pillars had a carving on it. It was obvious that it was a newly killed beast. A faint mist emanated from it, and the pillar seemed to be taller. It's obvious that this can increase my bloodline, but only by a little. Pei Ziyun was overjoyed. He knew that this was a sign that the Greek temple was taking shape. If that's the case, coming to the island was the right choice. Pei Ziyun looked up and saw that there were many similar beasts hiding in the forest. Pei Ziyun picked up his spear and walked into the forest. He had not walked far when he felt a gust of wind coming from behind him. Pei Ziyun had already noticed it, but he pretended not to have noticed it. Just as the gust of wind was about to reach him, Pei Ziyun moved and easily avoided the beast's attack. Pei Ziyun focused his eyes and saw a beast that looked exactly like the one he had just killed. It was staring at him with a pair of bloodshot eyes. It was obvious that it was preparing to pounce on him again. Pei Ziyun would not give it the chance to do so. He picked up his spear and leapt forward like a bolt of lightning. Shwa! The monster that was already charging towards Pei Ziyun leapt into the air, and leapt high up into the air. Die! Pei Ziyun's legs bent as he knelt down and rushed forward. He used his spear to stab the beast. Pooh! The long spear pierced through the monster's abdomen. Pei Ziyun and the monster continued to charge at each other, leaving a long gash on the monster's abdomen. It was so deep that it almost tore open its belly. Roar! Bam! The monster let out a blood-curdling screech as it fell to the ground, its body smashing heavily into the ground, its blood soaking the surrounding soil. Pei Ziyun stood up and raised his long spear as he walked towards the beast. He then used the long spear to poke the beast's body. There was no sign of life, and it was obvious that the beast was dead. Quickly sinking his mind into the space, he saw the 12 pillars again. Another pillar had a relief sculpture, and it had grown a little taller. Pei Ziyun's heart was filled with joy as he looked at the faintly discernible beasts in the forest. He felt as though he had walked into a mountain of treasures. After entering a mountain of treasures, how could he return empty-handed? Thinking this through, he picked up his spear and dashed towards the nearest beast. Piu. Before long, Pei Ziyun had already killed 8 monsters within the forest. Looking at the seemingly endless forest, Pei Ziyun wiped the perspiration off his forehead and rushed out once more. Boom, boom, boom. As Pei Ziyun slaughtered his way through the forest, more and more sculptures appeared on the 12 pillars in the space. The pillars were originally of different lengths, but as time passed, the pillars grew taller and taller, and the foundation was paved with marble. It's starting to look like a temple. Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he observed the changes occurring within the space. Roar! The continuous killing attracted the attention of others. A loud roar could be heard coming from the forest not far away. Pei Ziyun looked towards the direction of the sound. This monster had the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and the tail of a snake. This combination made Pei Ziyun feel slightly strange, as though it was a monster that had been pieced together. Looking closely, he realized that the aura of this monster was similar to that of the sea monster he had just killed. It was much stronger than the sea monster he had just killed. Could it be considered the king of this place? Pei Ziyun thought to himself. The monster walked slowly towards Pei Ziyun, and stopped about 10 meters away from him. It quietly looked at this uninvited guest, and realized that this person was the person that the mysterious shadow had told it to wait for. Roar! It raised its head to the sky and let out a roar that shook the forest. The monster was not willing to wait for too long. It wanted to kill this person as soon as possible, and perhaps it would be able to stay strong forever. It bent its 4 limbs and pounced towards Pei Ziyun. When it was about 5 meters away, it opened its mouth and spat out a huge pillar of fire towards Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun was slightly surprised. He did not expect the monster to be able to spit fire. However, in a flash, he dodged the attack of the pillar of fire. Roar! The monster chased after Pei Ziyun, who had just dodged the pillar of fire, and opened its mouth wide, biting down on him. Pei Ziyun did not expect the monster to be so difficult to deal with. Not only could it spit fire, but it was also extremely fast. He knew that he could not afford to be passive, and had to quickly kill the monster. Nimble wind. In that instant, Pei Ziyun felt his body lighten, as a gust of wind wrapped around him. With a push, his body shot out like an arrow, towards the back of the monster. Boom! The monster was unlike any other monster that Pei Ziyun had met before. As Pei Ziyun dodged to the back, the goat and snake spat out 2 huge pillars of fire. Damn it, I think I've heard of this monster before. Let me think. Pei Ziyun was depressed. The monster did not act according to common sense. Who had ever seen its body and tail spit fire at the same time? That's right, its mouth could also spit fire. Pei Ziyun had just dodged to the back of the monster. Although his special skills were strong, and his speed was fast, the monster seemed to have prepared for the attack of the pillar of fire, and did not give him any time to react. With no way to dodge, Pei Ziyun raised both his arms in front of him, and at the same time retreated. Purring! The pillar of fire hit Pei Ziyun's crossed arms, and as the flames passed through, the sleeves on his arms were burnt to ashes. However, his skin glowed with a metallic light, and his skin turned red. However, he was not injured at all. This is the power of cast iron bronze. Pei Ziyun's eyes narrowed as he held onto his spear and threw it with all his might. Xiao! The spear pierced through the air at an extremely fast speed. Pooh! After spitting out the pillar of fire, the monster did not adjust its stance and did not dodge Pei Ziyun's spear. The spear pierced deep into the monster's body. Roar! The monster let out an angry roar as it felt the pain. The moment Pei Ziyun threw the spear, he pulled out his sword and pounced forward. The monster did not dodge. With a swipe of its tail, it spat out another pillar of fire. Pei Ziyun raised his left arm to block the flames, and rushed forward without slowing down. Pooh! The long sword landed on the monster's body, and blood splattered everywhere. Pei Ziyun slashed down with all his might, and a huge wound appeared on the monster's body. Fresh blood flowed out. The monster twisted its body in pain, and turned its head to spit out the pillar of fire. Thrust of wind and thunder. Pei Ziyun's sword flashed, and the long sword pierced into the monster's mouth. The tip of the sword came out from the back of the monster's head. With a twist of his right hand, the long sword pierced into the monster's head. Purring! Pop! The long sword broke, and the monster fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Bronze swords are brittle like this. Pei Ziyun threw away the broken sword and pulled out his spear. This spear can still be used. The monster's body was still twitching, and it was not completely dead. Pei Ziyun looked at it carefully. This should be a chimera. Its upper body is a combination of a lion and a goat, and its lower body is that of a snake. Its head and tail can spit fire. It's a descendant of the 9-headed snake, Hydra. But it's said that it wreaked havoc in Lycia, and was killed by Bozius, who rode on his flying horse. Why is it still alive? Even if it's still alive, it should be a descendant of the next generation. Why is it still so strong? Just as he was thinking, the chimera breathed out its last breath. At the moment of his death, the space around Pei Ziyun trembled. A gigantic statue of the chimera beast fell from the sky. Originally, it was supposed to form a single pillar, but now all 12 of them were filled. The ground beneath the statue lit up and was quickly covered with marble. Stone steps were also formed. Pei Ziyun's soul descended and looked around. He saw that the temple had no walls and no roof. It had already taken shape, and the floor was paved with marble. There were 12 steps, and they emitted a faint light, illuminating the surrounding pillars. The pillars were filled with statues of monsters, and all of them were roaring in anger. Not bad, not bad. Just as Pei Ziyun was thinking about this, there was a boom sound, and 3 blood droplets appeared from the hearts of the statues. These blood droplets looked very big, and were pale red with a hint of white. As soon as they appeared, they revolved around each other, and emitted a mysterious aura. What is this? As soon as this information was transmitted, his body automatically lifted its legs, and walked towards the center of the temple. The power of the 3 blood droplets seemed to be driving him towards a certain direction. Damn it, I was too careless. Pei Ziyun shouted, "Space suppress." Boom. The space around him was activated, and waves of energy were released to suppress him. He regained control of his body, and just as he was about to inspect his surroundings, a faint light flashed, and a plum blossom appeared in front of him. It expanded rapidly and transformed into an information interface. Mission: head towards the crevice between yin and yang, pass through the channel of fate, and release the heart of the demon. Kill Typhon and obtain the world in one day. AI: the system wants me to go to the crevice between yin and yang. And what is the heart of the demon? Can the crevice between yin and yang kill Typhon? What is the world in one day? Pei Ziyun frowned. After a long time, he said, "Forget it, let's go take a look." As soon as he did not suppress the information from the 3 blood droplets, his body would naturally move towards a certain direction. After passing through the forest, he saw rows of poplar and willow trees. AI: these poplar and willow trees have a special aura. This is the sacred forest of some deity. His body continued moving forward, and he saw 2 rivers. These 2 rivers were different from the others, and had a dark luster to them. They converged at one point and flowed into the ground. This aura, it's the river Styx. I understand now. This is the Okeanos beach. Years ago, Odysseus came here. There are 2 black rivers here, the Felixstone River and the Cuchitos River, which flow into the Aran River. These 2 black rivers are actually tributaries of the river Styx. In the valley, you will find a crack in a rock. Years ago, Odysseus was there, offering sacrifices to the undead, conversing with spirits, and finding his way home through the prophet Tiresias. This is indeed the crack between yin and yang, the intersection between the human world and the underworld. The sacred forest I saw earlier must be the sacred forest of Persephone. I can't believe the wind blew me here. This is the edge of the Greek world. You can say that this is the weakest part of Mount Olympus rule. This is under the jurisdiction of the ancient Titan god, Oceanus. Did I go too far by banishing them from Troy? Should I also offer a sacrifice and ask the prophet Tiresias to show me the way home? Oceanus was a Titan god, the god of the oceans and rivers. With his wife Tethys, he gave birth to Oceanides, the goddess of the ocean, and almost all the rivers and springs in the world. After the rise of Mount Olympus, he was replaced as the ruler of the sea by Poseidon. Just as Pei Ziyun was thinking about this, he arrived at a crack in the entrance of a valley. Indeed, yin energy spewed out from the crack, sending chills down his spine. This is the aura of the underworld. Living people should not stay here for long. Pei Ziyun circled around the crack, but still went down the hole. After walking for 20 steps, he thought that the cave would be dark and the air would be rancid. However, when he reached the inside, all he saw was a patch of dim light. It looks like a stone hall. Pei Ziyun stood in the cave for a few minutes. His eyes slowly adjusted to the darkness. If that's the case, where is the channel of fate? Pei Ziyun frowned and did not go down immediately. He called out, "System." Following the call, a plum blossom appeared in front of him. It enlarged rapidly and turned into an information interface with a faint sense of light. He looked at it. Hero's Bloodline. Level 5, 31, 5%, mission. Push the Greek cities into the Battle of Troy, 4/5, mission. Support the Allies, change the power ratio by March 3rd. There's another one that I can pick up. Pei Ziyun pressed on it, and 2 more fate points appeared. I have 14 fate points now. Looks like Herther saved Mysia, and Aeneas succeeded. There are 2 fate points, which means that this is very important. It's a pity that even though I killed 3 strong monsters, I still need some time to absorb their power. I can increase my own strength. But with the fate points, I can change my own fate at a critical moment. Pei Ziyun thought as he walked towards the center. Roar. Maybe it was to stall for time, but it smelled the scent of the living. Deep inside the crack, there was a faint shadow moving. It wanted to go to the entrance of the crack and enjoy the delicious human sacrifice. At this moment, as he stepped in, a mysterious pattern appeared in the air. It rotated slowly and emitted a ray of light that enveloped Pei Ziyun. At this time, the spirits surged out from below and gathered together. In the next moment, a dark light flashed, and Pei Ziyun disappeared into the crack of the valley. The spirits did not know what had happened. They wandered around the crack for a few rounds. The aura of the living world that seeped through the crack made them uncomfortable, and they slowly retreated. Chapter 584. Where am I? Pei Ziyun suddenly appeared in a huge cave. He staggered a little before regaining his footing. His half-conscious state had disappeared, and his mind had regained its clarity. He carefully looked around. It was a natural cave. The cave was huge, and he couldn't see the end of it. Because it was relatively dark, he couldn't see the top. Although the air in the cave was circulating, it seemed to lack moisture and was a little hot. Pei Ziyun carefully walked forward step by step. He didn't know how long he had walked, but he gradually entered the belly of the cave. The surrounding air was getting hotter and hotter, and the light in front of him was getting brighter and brighter. Suddenly, he saw a huge pit in front of him. It was filled with boiling lava. The red lava was steaming hot, and there were bubbles coming out from time to time. And the most incredible thing was that in the middle of this boiling lava, there was a giant sleeping. The giant's snoring was like thunder, and it was obviously asleep. Actually, rather than calling it a giant, it would be more accurate to call it a terrifying giant python. The giant python had the body of a human, but there were 100 snakeheads on its shoulders. These snakeheads had fiery eyes, and they made all sorts of indescribable noises. Those who didn't know the truth would tremble in fear at the sight of a giant python with 100 snakeheads. But Pei Ziyun recognized the giant python in front of him at a glance. Is this Typhon? Pei Ziyun thought to himself. He didn't expect that he would be transported to this place one day. Typhon was known as the King of Beasts. In Greek mythology, he was a member of the Titan race. He had once attacked Mount Olympus. Pei Ziyun didn't expect to run into his territory. I've only heard that Typhon was suppressed by the gods in Mount Alterna. Could this be Mount Alterna? Pei Ziyun thought to himself. There were many legends about Typhon, but the earliest legend was that Zeus noticed it in time and immediately threw out thunderbolts to attack, directly suppressing it under the mountain. Later, the mountain became Mount Etna. As for Typhon stealing the thunderbolts and breaking the tendons of Zeus, it was added later. Typhon was most famous for having many offspring. They were all famous monsters from Greek mythology: Canis Orthus, Cerberus, Hydra, Chimera, Nemean lion, Draco-Laden, the Caucasian eagle, Sphinx, Huscramian, Gorgon, Scylla, Draco-Colchi, etc. It could be said that most of the monsters that Pei Ziyun had killed before were its descendant. Typhon? If that's the case, I can understand why Typhon ruled the world in one day. That day, Typhon fought with Zeus for power, although it only lasted for a day. Pei Ziyun thought to himself. Looking at the giant in front of him, Pei Ziyun knew that he had been sent here by some god. Otherwise, no one would have the ability to let him come here. Typhon seemed to be the last son of Gaia. He didn't know how strong he was, but based on his previous attack on Mount Olympus, he shouldn't be weaker than an ordinary god. Looking at the sleeping giant in front of him and listening to his loud snores, Pei Ziyun said softly, "Then let me see how strong you are." After that, Pei Ziyun shouted, "System." A plum flower appeared in front of him and quickly enlarged, turning into an information interface with a faint sense of light. Priest sense 2/3. Pei Ziyun did not hesitate and added a fate point to it, filling it up. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Typhon's power was instantly exposed in front of Pei Ziyun, and he understood how strong Typhon was. Typhon is so weak? Typhon's weakness was completely beyond Pei Ziyun's expectations. According to his understanding, Typhon had attacked Mount Olympus. Although he was suppressed, he should at least have the strength of an ordinary god. But looking at it now, although Typhon looked huge, he was still a distance away from being a god. He was not even the weakest god. I can only say that he is the most powerful hero, or about the same as Hercules before he became a god. But even the current Typhon is not someone I can defeat. Pei Ziyun measured his strength and thought to himself, I can say that he is the strongest person under the gods? Now that I know the strength of Typhon, should I retreat? Pei Ziyun knew that he could not do anything to Typhon at this moment. It was better to slowly improve his strength. When he was strong, he could find trouble with Typhon. Just as he turned around and planned to retreat to the cave, the information interface with a faint sense of light vibrated. The system is urging me. Pei Ziyun looked and carefully read the mission. Mission: go to the gap between yin and yang, pass through the channel of fate, release the heart of the demon, kill Typhon, and obtain the world. Pei Ziyun seemed to understand. He was originally in the gap of the valley on the island, which was between hell and the mortal world, the gap between yin and yang. But here, he broke the shackles of fate, released the heart of the demon, and killed Typhon. The gods should not be able to find out. The heart of the demon, I seem to understand. Although my space has a little bit of the Dessous True Lord's position, but the Dessous True Lord is related to that world. I can only take away a little seed. And the real thing that can be taken away is the small hall. It was formed by harvesting the demon altar. This should be the heart of the demon. Releasing the heart of the demon can kill Typhon. I understand. I just don't know who sent me here and planned this. This is too scary. Could it be Gaia? A mysterious lady in black flashed in Pei Ziyun's mind, and he thought to himself, could it be her? Without thinking too much, Pei Ziyun slowly activated the Dessous Hall in his space. The hall did not resist and slowly floated up. In a flash, it disappeared and appeared on top of Typhon. Boom! Typhon, who was in a deep sleep, suddenly woke up. He opened his eyes, and all the snakes looked towards the small palace hall. They could feel its source and shouted, "Mine, this is my treasure. I feel that as long as I obtain it, I will be able to control everything." Typhon moved, and the whole cave shook. The rolling lava continued to form huge waves, hitting the surrounding rocks and making loud noises. At the same time, above the cave, there was a rumbling sound. Rocks fell and rolled into the lava, melting into lava. A black stone lit up and a voice came quickly. It was a woman's voice, and she screamed, "Typhon, why are you shaking the cave? This will be discovered by Zeus. Mother said that you must endure." It's Echidna. When Pei Ziyun heard the voice, he knew that it was the young girl, Echard, who had bright eyes. However, he had no time to turn around. The small hall floating on top of Typhon seemed to resonate with Typhon's angry roar. It floated up and down and slowly projected a strong light, covering Typhon's entire body. Under the light, Typhon strangely did not move, and let the light shine on him. It was as if the light could freeze him, and even Typhon was bound. Its resonance. The small hall has activated the inheritance of the demon race? Could it be because Typhon is the ancestor of all demons in Greek mythology? Pei Ziyun had a bad feeling. The small hall then trembled slightly and disappeared from the lava. Boom! Almost at the same time, Pei Ziyun's vision went black, and his soul appeared in the space. In the darkness, the small hall floated in its original position. When Pei Ziyun appeared in the space, he saw that Typhon's soul had also appeared. Battle of inheritance? A message was transmitted, and Pei Ziyun immediately understood. He was the owner of the small hall, and Typhon was the most suitable successor. That was why there was a duel. However, in my space, you are looking for death. Pei Ziyun shouted, "True sovereign summons." Pooh! A ray of light rushed over, and the soul was instantly dressed in a royal robe. Crown, black robe, white robe, belt, knee cover, white robe, red robe. The difference was that there were only 9 robes and not 12 robes. And in this gap, Typhon was half asleep. It was the power of the palace that allowed him to seize the initiative. Soon, Typhon woke up. 100 snake heads danced quickly, and the snake eyes glowed red. He looked around and found that there was almost nothing in this space. There seemed to be only the treasure that he had been yearning for day and night floating in the high sky. Typhon then stared at Pei Ziyun, who was wearing the robe of a true sovereign. The snake head swayed and suddenly roared, "What did I see? A deity from another world, no, a demigod who has yet to become a god. You are stealing the power of a deity, you despicable and despicable creature from another world. Could it be that the divine power of Aphrodite that I refined was left in the space, and was seen by him?" Pei Ziyun thought to himself. At this moment, in the area of the Greek temple, there was a trace of pink divine power that had not been refined. Pei Ziyun guessed that his strength was not enough, or he needed to meet some conditions. Typhon's 100 snake heads danced rapidly in the air, showing that his heart was extremely restless. He was also full of joy. His intuition told him that this treasure contained the source that he needed. As long as he obtained it, he could break through the restrictions and attack Mount Olympus. He said ecstatically, "Surrender, give me the space, and I can make you a god." Pei Ziyun felt that it was very funny. Typhon had never seen him before, and now he was greedy for his treasure. "You are in my space, and you still dare to be so arrogant?" Pei Ziyun did not expect that the space would directly absorb Typhon's soul. One must know that Typhon was not dead yet, probably because of the 3 drops of blood. Outside, with Pei Ziyun's strength, he would definitely not be a match for Typhon. Maybe he could only flee. But now, soul against soul, Pei Ziyun was also close to the existence of a god in the Great Su dynasty. Although he was only a step away, he was similar to Typhon at this moment. Not to mention that this was Pei Ziyun's space, and he had the home ground. Relying on the space, Pei Ziyun had a good opportunity to kill Typhon. "Shameless, lowly creature from another world, you will regret your decision." Typhon immediately roared and rushed over, and the wind suddenly blew in the entire space. Chapter 585. Typhon was extremely angry. With an unstoppable force, he rushed towards Pei Ziyun. Its snake heads were constantly flying, and in an instant, more than a dozen snake heads turned into more than a dozen poisonous arrows, attacking Pei Ziyun, who was standing. Pei Ziyun had an unparalleled advantage in space. When more than a dozen snake arrows were about to reach him, his figure flashed and suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was behind Typhon. And Typhon, who was hit by more than a dozen snake heads, continued to run forward under the inertia of running, but the speed had slowed down. Pei Ziyun's right hand carried a huge force and hit Typhon's back. Bang! More than 50 snakeheads charged towards Pei Ziyun's incoming fist. Half of the snakeheads split up and attacked Pei Ziyun from the left and right, while the middle snakehead collided with Pei Ziyun's right fist, causing a loud sound to ring out. Bang bang! Another 2 dull loud noises came, and 2 snake heads in the middle collided with Pei Ziyun's right fist, and then hit the left and right sides of his body, making a tearing sound. All the snake heads were biting and drilling desperately, but Pei Ziyun's soul was like iron and copper, emitting sparks, not afraid of the snake head's attack. The 3 snakeheads that attacked Pei Ziyun from 3 different directions had no effect on him. However, Typhon was not willing to give up. The snakehead attacked again, but this time, it changed its method of attack. It did not fight head-on with Pei Ziyun. Instead, it coiled around him and pounced towards him. Ridiculous! Pei Ziyun's figure flashed again, disappeared in place, and appeared 20 meters away, staring coldly at Typhon. At this time, Typhon, who had been running, had turned around. 100 snake heads flew and roared loudly. Hee hee, what a pitiful creature from another world. Do you think you can defeat the great Typhon with such insignificant skills? It's simply wishful thinking. Pei Ziyun's face was gloomy, and he did not say a word. The 2 of them were evenly matched, but Pei Ziyun was in space, and he was still hit by Typhon. In fact, he lost by half. It was just that he did not expect Typhon's attack to be completely different from the creatures he had encountered before. Its 100 snake heads were its sharp weapons, and it could defend and attack 360 degrees without any blind spots. Pei Ziyun's only advantage was that this was his home ground, and he had the ability to teleport. That's right, teleportation was something that even deities would find difficult to do. If Pei Ziyun wanted to attack Typhon, he could only use his teleportation to break through the 100 snake heads that had no blind spots. Only then would he be able to attack Typhon. However, Typhon's snake head was very hard and tough. It was not damaged at all when it collided with his fist. I still have a secret weapon, but I may only have one chance to attack it. I must first find its weakness, or lure it to show a weakness. Although these thoughts were complicated, Pei Ziyun was able to understand them in a short amount of time. Die, otherworld creature! Typhon charged towards Pei Ziyun once again. When it was about 10 meters away from him, it split its head by a third and charged towards Pei Ziyun at an even faster speed. The moment the snake heads hit his body, Pei Ziyun disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already 10 meters away from Typhon. His right fist carried a huge force as he punched out heavily. Boom! Typhon once again sent out more than 10 snake heads to meet Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun disappeared and reappeared at the side, repeating the scene just now. After a while, Pei Ziyun disappeared again, and Typhon split its snake heads to defend. In this way, Pei Ziyun used teleportation to constantly appear around Typhon. Sometimes he was far away, sometimes he was close, and when he was closest, he even appeared directly 1 meter away from Typhon. However, the snake head's defense was flawless, and did not give Pei Ziyun any chance to attack. However, as Pei Ziyun used teleportation to attack Typhon more and more, he became more and more proficient and more convenient, and his speed became faster and faster. Even towards the end, the entire space was filled with Pei Ziyun's figure. Typhon's snake head had not yet retracted, and Pei Ziyun had already appeared again to attack. Gradually, Typhon felt powerless. Pei Ziyun's speed was too fast, and he had already left afterimages in the space. Finally, Typhon roared out in anger, and 100 snakeheads rushed out, attacking Pei Ziyun from all directions. However, Pei Ziyun's body was already half a meter away from Typhon, and his right fist smashed heavily into Typhon's body. Pring! Typhon's fists protected his chest, blocking Pei Ziyun's fist, but the strong force still smashed Typhon's body. Its body was still in midair, and Pei Ziyun's figure followed closely, and he punched again. This time, Typhon could no longer resist, and was heavily hit by Pei Ziyun's punch. Pooh! Typhon's body fell to the ground. Typhon, I said I would kill you, and I will definitely keep my word, Pei Ziyun said. Typhon's face was gloomy, and he slowly climbed up. He stared at Pei Ziyun. Otherworldly creature, I admit that you are very strong, but I am stronger. Your fist cannot hurt me. Is that so? Pei Ziyun repeated his action, using teleportation to split Typhon's snake head to defend himself. Once again, he got close and punched Typhon. Suddenly, Typhon seemed to have no resistance. More than 10 snake heads flew out of his body, and with lightning speed, attacked Pei Ziyun's chest. Pu Piu. Both of them fell and spat out a mouthful of blood. Pei Ziyun's figure appeared in the distance, and he wiped the blood off his face. The blood that he spat out was very strange. It was light red with a hint of white, and it flowed back into his body. Pei Ziyun never thought that Typhon would hide more than 10 snake heads under his body's feathers. He was careless and he was injured. However, that was all. Next time, he would not give it another chance. Pei Ziyun's figure faded again, and he appeared beside Typhon. This time, he was not careless. Seeing Typhon's snake head rushing out again, he tried a few more times, and sure enough, there were more snake heads hidden under his feathers. Again and again, he tried and attacked, and his speed was faster than before. Pring! Typhon's body was once again hit by Pei Ziyun, and he fell to the ground. Pei Ziyun had collided with Typhon midway, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Pei Ziyun's blood flowed on the ground, and immediately flowed back into his body. Typhon's blood fell on the ground, and wanted to flow back into his body. However, there was a circle of ripples in the air, and immediately suppressed the blood, turning it into a stone. Pei Ziyun looked at the scene, pointed at the stone and said coldly, Typhon, look at this, do you understand? Although the difference in strength between us is not big, this is my home ground. You can't replenish your energy, but I can. You are dead. Typhon was injured again and let out a roar. Yes, this is your home ground, but I am Typhon. Even if it is your space, it cannot stop my body from transferring power to me. I originally followed my mother's instructions, and hid in peace. One day, I will be strong enough to rule the immortal gods and the mortal humans. But you have angered me. I will first destroy this despicable space, and then come to kill you. Ong! Typhon roared and called out, only to see a red light outside, forcibly breaking through the space, and the natural disaster came one after another. The foundation of the space was shaking, the wind was howling, the fire was burning, and the water was boiling. This is the natural disaster, the true power of Typhon. Pei Ziyun immediately realized this, and his figure flashed, filling the space, dragging a series of afterimages. Ping ping ping. Typhon didn't care at all, and only focused on summoning the power of the natural disaster. He laughed, your fists can't kill me, my natural disaster will destroy everything. Boom boom boom. In just a few moments, the foundation of the space started to crack, and the wind turned into blades, cutting everything in its path. The fire was burning, trying to burn everything, and the water was evaporating. There was a faint flash of lightning. Is that so? It's a pity that I have a trump card too. Pei Ziyun saw that Typhon continued to summon the natural disaster, and didn't even avoid his fists. He knew that the time had come and shouted, King Lu's sword. His hands flashed and a long sword appeared. This sword looked like a black dragon, and when it appeared, Typhon was filled with fear. What is this? Pooh! The long sword pierced forward and the snake's head tried to block it. However, there was a flash of golden light, and the snake's head fell like a piece of paper. Even Typhon's tough skin couldn't block it, and the long sword pierced through his back. What sword is this? A destructive force erupted from the wound, and Typhon screamed out in pain. Fresh blood, spiritual liquid, flowed out continuously, and when it landed on the ground, it turned into stone. This is the world of Desu. King Lu was chosen by the heavens, and he died by my hands. His imperial chi and the heavens were formed into this sword. I wanted to leave this sword for my descendants after 200 or 300 years, and let them become the seeds of a true dragon. I can use it now. Typhon, it has no effect on the physical body, but has the ability to restrain the soul. It's no weaker than a divine weapon. Now you shall die. Boom. As he spoke, King Lu's sword emitted countless rays of sword light, and blasted Typhon's body apart. Typhon paused and fell to the ground, never to get up again. Typhon is dead. Pei Ziyun confirmed that Typhon was dead. Because the moment he was killed, the space around him changed drastically. His body sank into the base of the pillars. What he could see was a flight of stairs, all of which were made out of marble. Following which, the walls of the 12 pillars rose up, forming a shrine. On each of the pillars, there were carvings of different monsters. Pei Ziyun could recognize some of these monsters, but he did not recognize some of them. According to Pei Ziyun's guess, the monsters carved on the pillars were probably the children of Typhon. This was because he saw a female demon, as well as a monster with a lion's head, a goat's body, and a snake's tail. These were all Typhon's children. Only the Vault of Heaven cover has yet to be completed. These weren't the only changes. The two shrines started to resonate and converge together. A beam of light shot out towards Pei Ziyun. Boom! Pei Ziyun didn't dodge the beam of light. His vision turned black, and when he regained consciousness, he realized that he was in darkness. Following which, his eyes lit up. He saw that the lava was rumbling, and even the entire mountain was shaking. I've become Typhon? Half of his body was submerged in the lava, and the 100 snakes were dancing according to his will. Before he could even react, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck the mountain. Following which, a deafening clap of thunder reverberated through the air, causing the entire mountain to tremble. This is the power of Zeus, Zeus. Not good. Could it be that Zeus has discovered me? Pei Ziyun wondered if the gods had discovered that he had killed Typhon, and Zeus had sent a bolt of lightning to kill him. Although Typhon was suppressed by the gods, Paris, a mere mortal, couldn't act rashly. If the gods were to discover that Paris had killed Typhon, they would definitely strike him. Chapter 586. Pei Ziyun noticed a bolt of lightning coming towards him. He was shocked, thinking that the fact that he had killed Typhon had been exposed, and Zeus was going to kill him with lightning. This was not impossible. Since Typhon had been killed by him, it was impossible for the gods to not notice anything unusual. Pei Ziyun was shocked. Suddenly, he found that he had transformed into Typhon, and he could not help but let out a loud roar. The sound shook the earth. The huge roar made all the beasts silent. The mountains in the distance shook slightly under the roar. Then, Typhon walked out of the cave with firm step. I can't control Typhon's body, but Typhon's power is constantly increasing. What is this? I feel that the power of natural disasters is gathering. Not only that, but there is also a kind of terrible power that I am a little familiar with. Is it the power of the demon race? Pei Ziyun was shocked. In his eyes, the power of the demon aura in the whole world seemed to have met its king, cheering and gathering. Typhon's power continued to rise, and he easily crossed the boundary between gods and mortals. His eyes lit up, as if the fog had been lifted. In the distance, Mount Olympus appeared in front of Pei Ziyun for the first time. It was majestic, and the huge mountain peak made people feel the majesty of this mountain. Perhaps this was the effect that the gods wanted. It made people feel unreachable when they saw Mount Olympus, and they would respect it in their hearts. This was conducive to maintaining the rule of the god. No, it's not that simple. Mortals can't see Mount Olympus at all. There is no need to decorate it like this. This mountain seems to be the combination of the power of the gods. Typhon's eyes penetrated thousands of layers of barriers, and he saw the inside of Mount Olympus. The gods looked at Typhon with solemn expressions. Facing its power, even the gods could not help but change their expressions. This is a terrible power, and it is almost catching up with me. Zeus felt the terrible power, and he stood in front of the gods with a solemn expression. His eyes collided with Typhon in the air, and the air was distorted by the collision of their eyes. Zeus held a huge thunderbolt in his hand, ready to strike. The thunderbolt was like a twisted silver snake, held in Zeus's hand, and the power it contained made the surrounding gods slightly move away from it. "Son of Gaia, do you want to resist the rule of the gods?" said the thunderbolt, and then it was thrown down. Boom! The lightning struck at Typhon, who was wreaking havoc at the foot of the mountain. Its speed surpassed the barriers of time and space, and it arrived in an instant, turning into a huge bolt of lightning that crossed the entire world. This streak of lightning caused the earth to tremble, the sky to lose color, the sea to collapse, and the underworld to split apart. All life trembled under this lightning. Facing this bolt of lightning, Pei Yun was filled with fear. This was a feeling he hadn't felt in a long time. This was because this bolt of lightning was too powerful. It spanned across the entire sky, and when Pei Yun faced it, he felt as though he was facing the entire heavens and earth. It was as though the heavens and earth were pressing down on him. It was as if it had the will of all living beings, causing him to be unable to move, make a sound, or think. However, this body was unimaginably powerful. Its power was continuously increasing, as if there was no end to it. Its body spewed out flames, emitting scorching winds, and evaporating water vapor. Its entire power was transmitted through the earth. If lightning represented the will of all living beings, the might of heaven and earth, then the power contained in Typhon's body was a natural disaster. Boom! Typhon raised both his hands and suffered a heavy blow. When the lightning dissipated, Typhon's hands were a little charred, but he was not seriously injured, nor was he dead. He roared and continued to step forward. All the deities were speechless, unable to utter another word, because they knew very well what the failure of this thunderbolt meant. Typhon shouted and took heavy steps towards Mount Olympus. The place where he stood seemed far away from Mount Olympus, but every step he took seemed to cross hundreds of miles. In the sky, the sun and the moon appeared at the same time. The celestial phenomenon of the sun and the moon shining together was not common. The sun god and the moon god drove a carriage from the sky, carrying the brilliance of the sun and the moon, and launched an attack on Typhon. The scorching heat of the sun and the cold of the moon attacked Typhon at the same time. Typhon was not afraid, and was about to move when the sky changed again. Originally, two opposite energies, one cold and one hot, could not coexist, but at this moment, contrary to common sense, they merged together, forming a kind of cold and hot energy, shooting towards Typhon. At this moment, Typhon stood motionless, indomitable, not afraid of the challenge of the gods. He directly punched the light of the sun and the moon. Boom! A roar that shook the heavens and the earth came out and then stopped abruptly. The attack of the sun and moon did not harm Typhon at all and was shattered by Typhon. Typhon roared and punched out again. Boom! The carriage of the sun god was smashed into pieces, and the sun god was nowhere to be found. Typhon punched again, and the carriage of the moon god was also smashed. Both the sun and the moon had failed, and the gods along the way were in a panic. They all ran like wolves trying to escape. They turned into a variety of animals to escape. Hera became a white cow, Apollo became a goshawk, Hermes became a Zhulu, Ares became a fish, Artemis became a house cat, Dionysus became a goat, Hephaestus became a bull, and Leto became a mouse. The whole world became a zoo, with all kinds of animals running in a certain direction. Pei could not help but stare. Wait, this seems to be the history of the myths? Pei suddenly thought of this. Wasn't this what happened when Typhon attacked Mount Olympus? I remember that there was no such story in the original Greek myths. This is the Greeks coming into contact with the Egyptian belief system and trying to assimilate Egypt, declaring these gods to be a variation of the Olympian gods. Just like how Buddhism was chased out of India by Hinduism, but did not give up. They turned the Hindu gods into demigods and demigods, trying to assimilate. There was no time to think. Pei could not control this body, and his body continued to move forward according to its will. The wind gods all fled, rushing into the sea. The water was not even up to their waists, but they stirred the water, stirring up huge waves. Then they split the waves and pulled Poseidon's carriage out of the water. Typhon's body continued to move forward. Without the support of the gods, many areas of the world gradually lost control. Even the sky and the sea could not avoid it. The sky and the sea were boiling, and the gods fled from Mount Olympus, leaving only Athena and Zeus to fight side by side. No, this body's strength is declining. Just as Typhon was about to fight Zeus, the king of the gods, an accident happened. He did not know why, perhaps it was fate, but Typhon, who was supposed to be able to kill all the gods in one fell swoop, was in trouble. His fist, which was full of power, gradually lost its strength, and then his whole body gradually returned to normal. The incredible power was rapidly retreating from Typhon's body. Zeus and Athena were very sensitive, and felt that the incredible power in Typhon's body was rapidly disappearing. Faced with an opportunity, how could they miss it? I am the dark cloud god. Zeus gave an order, and the dark clouds emerged, riding the chariot of time and rushing down. The four wind gods were on his left and right, and the goddess of victory, Nike, raised her shield to protect him. Although Typhon's power was weakening, he did not show any weakness. He grabbed a mountain, pulled it in front of him, and struggled to lift an ice river, throwing it at Zeus. Zeus did not avoid it. Once again, he raised the thunder in his hand and struck at Typhon. Boom! The glacial river exploded, turning into countless hailstones that fell from the sky. Wherever the hailstones fell, countless lives were instantly lost. Following that, thick black clouds flashed, illuminating the entire world. Another bolt of lightning struck down. Boom, boom, boom. Typhon fell into the rapid retreat of his power. How could he resist the unparalleled thunder? Thunder and lightning constantly bombarded Typhon's body, burning all his weird heads. Typhon could no longer hold on and fell from Mount Olympus. Under the bombardment of lightning, his whole body was set ablaze. Zeus was about to kill him when the three goddesses of fate appeared. Great Father, you are destined to defeat him, but you cannot kill him. He is the youngest son of Gaia. When the other Titan gods are sent to hell, he can be kept, because we must tolerate the mother of the gods. Zeus became the new ruler of the world, and all the sons of Gaia, the Titans, were sent to Tartarus. He had to leave Gaia some hope. After all, he could send the Titans to Tartarus, but the earth could not replace them. Without the earth, the whole world would collapse. But you can rest assured that she will not be able to shake your royal power in the foreseeable future. The three goddesses spoke at the same time, and Zeus hesitated. First, Zeus married Metis. She was the smartest among the gods and mortals. When she was about to give birth to the bright-eyed goddess Athena, Zeus deceived her with flowery words and swallowed her into his stomach. Because Metis was destined to give birth to several powerful children, Zeus swallowed her into his stomach first, so that the goddess could advise him and turn misfortune into fortune. Zeus, who had obtained the wisdom of Metis, naturally understood the horror of fate. As for killing, looking at the whole of Greek mythology, there was only suppression, not the killing of gods. After thinking for a long time, Zeus realized that Typhon's power was declining. It was so fast that even he was surprised. In the blink of an eye, Typhon had fallen from a main god to an ordinary god, and it did not stop there. The current Typhon is just a terrible monster, but monsters are just playthings. Seeing this, Zeus finally nodded. He pulled up a mountain and pressed it down heavily on Typhon. One day to rule the world. Could it be that the heart of the demon race only provides him with power for one day? Pei Zi-yun thought to himself. Boom. The huge mountain fell, and Pei Zi-yun's vision went black and he fainted. After that, the whole earth shook and even caused a tsunami. It was unknown how many lives were affected. Chapter 587. Pei Zi-yun woke up and found himself lying in the middle of a stone hall. This is the stone hall at the entrance to the underworld of Oceanus. Pei Zi-yun stood up. After a few minutes, his eyes started to adjust to the surroundings. Was that a dream? When Pei Zi-yun woke up, he was surrounded by a flashing mysterious pattern. All of a sudden, a bright light flashed before it dimmed and disappeared. Whether it was a dream or not, I just have to look at the system. Pei Zi-yun looked at the mysterious pattern and pondered. No matter what, he believed that the system would record it down. He then called out, "System." As he called out, a plum blossom appeared in front of him. It grew bigger and bigger, turning into an information interface. He looked at it. Mission: head towards the crack between yin and yang, pass through the channel of fate and release the heart of the demon race. Kill Typhon and obtain the world in a day. Completed. Mission: help the Greek states get involved in the War of Troy, May 5th. The mission to obtain the world in a day flashed, urging him to confirm it. Pei Zi-yun looked at it and did not confirm it. He thought to himself, the pawns in Greece have finally gotten more of the Greek states involved. He then clicked on the mission to promote the Greek states. Although I used up 1 point, I still have 14 points left. Following which, he clicked on the mission for the day. Boom! The system vibrated. Through the mysterious lady's path of fate, you were able to transcend time. By opening up a branch of fate, you were able to steal the glory and authority of the gods from the past. You have obtained the qualifications to become a Greek god. At the cost of 25 points, you can use the 3 goddesses of fate to issue an oracle to gain the recognition of the world and the god. However, you do not possess the power of fate. Pei Zi-yun understood this point very well. Strictly speaking, his oracle was just a fake oracle. It was not a real oracle. Mission: Oracle of the 3 goddesses of fate, many sons of the gods, countless heroes, their noble blood will be spilled on Troy. A new god will be born among the mortals. 14/25. Pei Zi-yun's heart trembled. After experiencing the Dessous True Lord's position, he naturally knew how valuable a true god was. Although this world was originally a true god's world, the difficulty of obtaining one was no less than that of the Dessous True Lord. In the whole of Greek mythology, other than the bloodline of the gods, the only mortal who wanted to become a god was Hercules. And whether it's the hints from previous records or what I've heard in this world, it doesn't seem to be that perfect. Wild gods and cultivating to become gods, don't joke around. In his past life, Pei Zi-yun had seen stories of mortals who had transmigrated to the Greek world to cultivate and become gods. However, after some thought, he knew that it was impossible. Not to mention the laws of the world, just the fact that a mortal could become a god through cultivation was enough to shake the order of the world and destroy the very foundation of the gods. If gods can cultivate, then what's so special about the gods? The gods will definitely descend and kill this new god at the first opportunity. They won't even recognize their own kin. Even if you're Zeus's father, let alone Zeus's son. Even Zeus himself wouldn't be able to do it. If he dared to destroy the foundation of the gods would unite and kill him. But now, I've used this method to legally obtain this opportunity. Fate points, so this is what they do. Pei Ziyun naturally knew that without Tifeng, no amount of fate points would be able to move this position. Just as he was thinking, and before he had time to look at the other rewards, a strange sound came from underground. The sound came from afar, and within a breath's time, it appeared in front of Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun looked at it and realized that it was a group of translucent Yin spirits. These Yin spirits must have smelled the scent of a living person. Before he could think, the Yin spirits had already pounced on him. Pei Ziyun was about to unsheath his sword when suddenly, a faint light shone from his body. Pu. These Yin spirits were translucent, and when they came into contact with the faint light, it was like snowflakes meeting fire. They were instantly extinguished. Although the remaining Yin spirits had no intelligence, when they smelled this scent, they immediately turned and ran back underground. Pei Ziyun did not chase after them, allowing them to escape. What is this? These Yin spirits were weak and did not increase his strength. Since they posed no threat to him, he could not be bothered to chase after them. Pei Ziyun was more interested in what had just happened. Divine aura? Divine aura? Pei Ziyun placed his sword back on his waist and walked out of the crack in the valley. As soon as he walked out, the sunlight outside forced him to close his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he saw a familiar figure. It was the mysterious Lady Phantom. She seemed to be exhausted, and her silhouette was fading. Without waiting for Pei Ziyun to ask, she said, "The forking of fate has been completed. Young Prince Paris, let me give you a piece of advice. The gods are jealous. Before you become strong enough, hide your true self. Your bloodline is very strong now." As soon as she finished speaking, she did not wait for Pei Ziyun's reply and disappeared. Pei Ziyun hurriedly shouted, "Esteemed lady, is there anything you need my help with? Nothing is set in stone yet. Wait until you succeed." After saying that, the phantom lady disappeared from where she stood. Is that so? Pei Ziyun muttered to himself. He finally understood. It seemed like everything that had happened to him recently had been orchestrated by this mysterious lady. Killing Typhon was also part of her plan. No, Typhon could have killed himself. Pei Ziyun had never overestimated himself. Looking at the words, "opening a branch of fate," he frowned. "As long as I have the heart of the demon, it will do." Pei Ziyun felt that his biggest gain this time was actually seeing the gods face to face, as well as their powers. Typhon's powers are very exaggerated compared to mortals. However, to the gods it is very weak. Not to mention Zeus, even the goddess of youth, Hebe, who poured wine for the gods, would be able to defeat him. How could he rule the world in a day and even fight against Zeus? Zeus could destroy him with a single breath. Could it be that I was destined to appear, and use the heart of the demon to influence fate? As for ruling the world in a day, I've thought it through. The demons in this world are only at this level. As for the demons, Pei Ziyun did not pay much attention to them. There were very few demons in this world. How many plant spirits and animal spirits were there? To be able to rule the world in a day was already the limit. It did not mean that the demons had this much potential, but that their numbers and influence were limited. As for the expansion of the world, did they think the gods were dead? There were no demons. They were all trying to eliminate all potential threats, heroes and monsters, who would allow the demons to grow stronger. The legend of Typhon was originally just an interlude. It naturally represented the past. However, with the addition of the gods turning into animals, the meaning was huge. It meant that the gods of Egypt were transformed from the gods of Greece. Of course, I know from history that this is impossible. This is just a symbol, a weak channel to assimilate the gods of Egypt. This has nothing to do with me. Pei Ziyun thought about all this and frowned. I can remember the gods' powers the moment I see them, but Lady Phantom is very strange. I can feel that she has the aura of Gaia, but it is not. She has a very thick aura of fate, but it is different from the three goddesses of fate. Forget it. Pei Ziyun looked at the system and realized that after completing this journey of fate, he could obtain 5 fate points. It was even more than all the recent events that had happened. Mission: Prophecy of the 3 goddesses of fate, many sons of the gods, countless heroes, their noble blood spilled on Troy, and a new god will be born from the mortals. 1925. 6 more and I'll be done. Fate points were often used in crucial moments. Pei Ziyun placed great importance on them. He looked at his level again and realized that there was a huge increase. Hero Bloodline Level 5, 81, 5%. Pei Ziyun frowned. This seemed like a lot. It was originally 31, 5%. It had increased by 50% and it was still increasing. But this was not right. I've recently killed 3 monsters, 1 hero, and some ordinary monsters that were weak but still manageable. With all these powers added up, I can understand the 50% increase. But if that's the case, killing Typhon did not give me any power. Was it because of the position? Did it form a temple? Pei Ziyun was confused. He thought to himself, or is Typhon not dead? If I have time, I have to go down to Mount Etna to see if it's still alive. However, Lady Phantom's reminder is correct. My bloodline now is not any weaker than Big Ajax and Hector. When he first fought against the Greeks, he met Big Ajax on the battlefield. Big Ajax was so strong. Although he could deal with it with his own abilities, it was still very dangerous. But now it was different. Pei Ziyun already had the power to kill Big Ajax. Indeed, to be able to increase my strength so quickly is already my limit. Before I accumulate enough experience, I can't increase it anymore. Pei Ziyun thought to himself. Although his current strength was considered strong in the entire Troy War, it was not enough to break the balance. If he continued to increase it, he would be noticed by the gods. If he continued to lie low and hide the experience he gained, when he accumulated enough experience, he would be able to cross the heavenly chasm between man and God. The gods would not even have time to react. Only then could he ensure his own safety. Now, it's time to go back and find Kale. Once I get the sea map, I'll go back. Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he slowly returned to the foggy beach. When he passed through the forest, there was not even a single monster. The ship was quietly docked on the beach. Pei Ziyun boarded the ship and took advantage of the high tide at night to sail out to sea. The next day, he gave the order to set sail. After a period of sailing, he returned to the island of Ej. He ordered the sailors to dock the ship on the beach and headed towards Kale's palace. Pei Ziyun had just arrived at the entrance of Kale's palace when suddenly 3 lions pounced on him. Pei Ziyun's eyes turned cold. He did not expect that the witch would show her strength the moment he returned to Kale's palace. Was she not going to fulfill her promise? Die. He pulled out his long sword and stabbed it into the head of one of the lions that pounced on him. With a flash, he avoided the attacks of 2 lions. Before they could react, he stabbed his sword twice and killed them. After killing them, Pei Ziyun shouted, "Kale, are you going back on your word?" As soon as Pei Ziyun's voice fell, the 3 lions that he had just killed transformed into human forms. Some were middle-aged, some were young. They wore armor and looked like warriors. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.